Chapter 1642. Out of nowhere, there was a dimension built by his own thoughts and the fragments of the primordial God. How should he put it? It sounded creepy, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Ever since he met the demonic shadow that day and heard the answer to why it appeared in the graveyard of gods and demons, he might have been mentally prepared. It was a very vague mental preparation. At that time, he might not have known what he was preparing for. Until they met at this moment. Well, just like what her shadow said, he had not really met her yet. There must be some differences between her and her shadow. In terms of time, her shadow began to solidify from the moment it was born. Perhaps it was because it was imprinted with part of her existence. But as for her real body, well, he did not know where she was or what she was doing at the moment. The two of them would probably develop in different ways. After all, one was her real body, while the other was just a body of thoughts. The essence was just the combination of thoughts and fragments, which was different from the real body. It was probably because of the relationship between the two soul avatars that Crescent Moon had created. Him and Zero, who had returned to the Age of Darkness, probably had this kind of relationship. The two of them had been different from each other ever since they parted ways, and what they had achieved in the future was also very different. Well, let's skip this topic and let his mind return to the reality of this moment. Yun Nuoshing had seen the direction of the evolution of the primordial chaos. After coming into contact with the laws of origin and assimilating it, she planned to evolve him in this direction. As for the future, he really did not know what he would become in the end. This was the clear thought that he had sorted out in the 3 days after he woke up. Of course, he did not just stay in bed thinking about it. He also dealt with a new batch of primordial relics. Originally, when he came into contact with a certain number of primordial relics, even if he came into contact with inactive primordial relics, it would cause great damage to his body and soul. His body's capacity had long been overloaded, but after that dream, he did not know what her shadow did to him when he was unconscious. The burden had disappeared. At this time, when he came into contact with the primordial relics again, he did not have the feeling of dying like a few days ago. It wasn't a bad thing to suffer less. He wasn't a masochist who really liked to torture himself. The main thing was that he was very curious about what had happened to his body. Unfortunately, there was no way to see her shadow now. He could only suppress this thought and pretend that nothing had happened. Digression. He had really collected a complete set of tea sets. This was sorted out when he was tidying up the primordial relics. He was stunned like a statue on the spot and did not recover for a long time. And when he recovered, he placed them on the table. At this time, sitting at the table, Yun Nuoshing fiddled with colorful teacups, teapots, and a teapot. Although they were in the same style, they were dyed in 7 or 8 different colors. Well, probably because of the primordial energy, or to distinguish which one was who. Of course, there were so many of them. Every single one of them was a primordial relic, and including the teapot was dyed primordial relics. Holding the teacup in his hand, he studied it. There were no patterns. It appeared to be an ordinary 3-finger-wide teacup made of jade. It was cold to the touch, and he could feel the surge and resonance of the primordial energy and primordial precepts. Aside from recovering his body, he really could not do anything else. Moreover, looking at the tea set made his heart itch. It was as if after millions of years of painstakingly collecting a tea set scattered across the void, he had to burn incense, bathe, and change his clothes to brew a pot of tea. Tea lovers would know what that meant, which was why he really used the tea set to brew a pot of tea, and took a sip. This mellow, this mood, well, he could not say anything else. In short, mortals would not have the fortune to enjoy it, not even gods. The cup of tea contained faint primordial energy and primordial precepts, and 1 cup down his throat would rot his intestines and stomach. Setting aside the indecent tea set, he was still going through the primordial relics he had collected over the past few days. Most of them had been put away without even looking at them. Clearly, he was in agony at the time, and his spirit was dispirited. How could he have the time to look at so many things in detail? He simply shoved them into his body and was done with it before continuing to endure the next round of pain. It was already fortunate that he did not break down at that time. After all, most of the 97 primordial relics were certainly home decorations. Those that were not, such as a tea set, trinkets for the body, pots, and pans. Oh, that was not there. That seemed to be the bottom line. There was no kitchen utensils at present, but whenever there was a pot or a basin, his next step would be to collect a complete set of kitchen utensils. Then he would use them to cook a table of dishes, brew a pot of tea, and drink it himself. That was not something that others could use. Wait a minute, this train of thought was not right. Ugh. Yun Nuoshing pressed his head and shook it gently. The light on his face dimmed a little. The damage had been reduced, but it was not gone. The source of chaos was brewing the next stage of evolution and mobilizing the energy in his body. Now that he had collected more than a dozen primordial relics, he still felt mentally and physically exhausted. But compared to the half-dead state he was in before, this level of exhaustion now only needed a little rest. TSK? Damn it, I'm tired again. Lowering his head and shaking from side to side, Yun Nuoshing could not help but smack his lips. The situation now was like a fragile human shell. He felt tired after moving for a while, and he would die if he did not rest for a few days. 70 to 80% of his body's energy was used to maintain basic consumption. What a fragile shell. He did not intend to lie down and sleep at the moment, but his body was so weak, it was better to find a place to lie down and not think about anything. Just as he was about to do so, there was a soft knock on the door that had been closed for a few days. It was so soft that it did not disturb the people in the room. It seemed that the person just wanted to see if the person in the room had woken up. The fatigue and laziness that spread to half of his body made Yun Nuoshing unwilling to get up and walk over. He simply waved his hand and opened the door. The person outside the door even exclaimed softly, as if he was a little surprised. He looked at the dark and dim room that looked like a basement, and hesitated for a few seconds before walking in. He did not make a sound when he walked. Yun Nuoshing sensed a faint golden light in the corner of his eyes and heard a faint energy buzzing in his ears. He did not need to look up to know who had come in. Before he could think of what to say, the little angel had already seen him lying on the bed like a salted fish. She could not help but be stunned. Why do you look so haggard? Yun Nuoshing tried to raise his head, but his neck was so lazy that he just raised his head slightly and buried his face in the bed again. After all, it's this kind of thing. What's going on outside? Why did you come here? The little angel shook her head and sat down by the bed. Her white wings stretched out and covered him. Her jade-like hands gently gathered his long black hair that scattered on the bed like black petals. I saw that your flame of life was flickering. I was a little worried, so I came to see you, although you seem to be fine now. Oh, Yun Nuoshing responded softly. I also brought other relics of origin over. There are 10 or more than 20 of them. I didn't count them. Yun Nuoshing. Most of the relics of origin are in a state of being placed. Only a few of them are active or rioting. You have dealt with most of them. There are only a few left in other places. You may have to go there yourself. Yun Nuoshing. I will really die of overwork. This way of dying is too ridiculous. Can you let me cry for a while? The little angel nodded gently and turned around to lie on the bed. She folded her wings and pulled Yun Nuoshing into her arms. Please, Yun Nuoshing. He was obviously joking. He didn't know how many years it had been since he cried. How could he cry over such a thing? Well, it was very warm and comforting. Since he might fall asleep lying like this, Yun Nuoshing struggled a little and broke free from the gentle embrace. Then he told the little angel what happened a few days ago in detail. The little angel listened quietly and acted as a qualified listener. She only said a few words at the important points and pointed out a few things that a certain guy in a state of mind might have overlooked. However, the disappearance of the origin is something that is destined in this world. We have always thought that the origin is gone forever. Now it seems that maybe we will have a chance to meet again in the future, said the little angel. Yun Nuoshing stared blankly. Why? The demonic shadow in the graveyard of gods and demons said, "See you next time," but it also said that it was already dead. So, do you think it will come back to life? The little angel shrugged. It was hard to say. This was related to the same generation as the god of origin, other than the god of origin himself. No one could say for sure about the things that the god of origin and the others had dealt with. Reincarnation and resurrection. Such things were not uncommon. The god of origin himself had reincarnated hundreds of millions of times, so it was not surprising that others had reincarnated once as well. While that was the case for now, it would be a little serious if it really happened. They would meet again in the void after a dozen epochs, with two groups of people pinning each other down in the void and pummeling each other. It would definitely be much more exciting than the void sealing circle. Still, there was no memory of such a scene in the ending, which meant that it probably did not happen, and there was no need to worry about those groundless things. Listening to the girl's series of calm conjectures and analysis, Yun Nuoshing's expression gradually became serious. However, he did not expect that the last sentence would shatter his thoughts into pieces. He suddenly deflated and could not help but smile bitterly. This conjecture, well, it was indeed terrifying. However, it was not completely impossible. It was not surprising that anything could happen in the void. This time, they had to face a group of guys who were completely fooling around with the laws of the void. Even the heavens did not know what was going to happen. Even if something did happen, it would happen according to their thoughts. It was already very impressive that the mortals could survive in the violent confrontation between the two sides. Oh, right. At this time, they were also mortals. This level of battle was not something that could be watched by those below the realm of Yuanshi. Fortunately, there was no such thing happening in the void. Judging from the current rules of the void, no one could get involved. After the conversation, Yun Nuoshing stuffed the 21 origin relics brought by the little angel back into his body. His face was so haggard that it almost lost its light. You're pushing yourself too hard. The little angel rebuked him. She grabbed his hair and shook his head from side to side. There's still some time. You don't have to be so anxious. Yes, there was still time. Less than 10 days had passed. 10 days was not even 1/6 of a month in the Yunduan continent. Yun Nuoshing held her hand with a bitter smile and said softly, "I can't not force it. I feel uneasy, and it's in this situation now. And some things are relative. If I don't force it, others will force themselves." The little angel frowned. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. "If I don't force myself, I won't be able to play here. Absolute disadvantage. Unknown enemies, the power of the mythological era. We can't think of a second solution to this situation. Since the most important part is given to me, you can only force yourself to death." She sighed softly. "I'm worried, but I'm also worried. I hate that things are out of control. I have to find a way to salvage the situation. Only in this way can we slightly regain control of the situation. And Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. He shook his head. I don't know if it's because of the contact with them, but I feel a haze from the Yunduan continent that I've never felt before. So, we need to speed up. It's unfortunate to be involved in this kind of thing, but it's also fortunate that we discovered their plan at the beginning of the implementation. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he raised his head and reached out his hand to touch the little angel. Seeing that, she leaned forward and placed her face in his palm. If there is an afterlife, I really hope that I can go to a place where I don't have to think about these troublesome things anymore. Whether it is the observer or the inheritor, I will leave it to others. I will just bring all of you to a small place and live a simple life. The little angel was silent. Afterlife. This life is not over yet. What's the point of talking about an afterlife? Yes, yes. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. What's more, an afterlife. Don't you know what an afterlife is like? From the beginning to the end, his life and his reincarnation process did not have the words a good beginning and a good end. He carried two kinds of order and carried a heavy burden on his body. Even if it was just a dream, he was unwilling to let go. He carried all of it on his body and staggered forward. He carried this life, these countless reincarnations and countless lives together. If I'm not crazy, I'll definitely make this Dayuan realm tremble. Because of this heavy reincarnation, her hand gently pressed on the face of a guy who was talking to himself and suddenly fell asleep. The little angel sighed softly and murmured softly, "Afterlife? The future, our future, in what form should it be?" Time passed by unwittingly. A month, 65 days, was not considered long in normal times. However, for the Yunduan continent at this time, this month was the most difficult month in history. Even though there was a small creations barrier that protected the other lands except for the origin land, the darkness that pervaded the entire world prevented the sun from shining on the land for a month. Every day, when one opened and closed their eyes, they could only see complete darkness. They could not tell whether it was morning or night. If it were not for the night watch, they probably would not know how long they had lived for. Well, it sounded serious, but in fact, when one looked at the sky, they could still see the dim shadow of the sun hidden behind the dark clouds. They could more or less determine whether it was day or night. On the other hand, the Yunduan continent that had been shrouded by the non-order energy for a month was almost dead. Although the small creations barrier isolated the non-order energy's direct influence on this area, the environment, the Yunduan continent's rule power, was still under the control of the non-order energy. It was already very rare that no one had suddenly died because of the non-order energy. However, the plants on the land, as well as the wild beasts and magical beasts, had all lost their vitality. They were shrouded in the non-order energy environment and were affected by the non-order energy. For a long time, other than the life forms with a higher level of life, the rest could not withstand it. If this situation continues, well, let's not talk about a final battle. Just by wasting time, the remaining areas that have finally stabilized with great difficulty will fall into another kind of panic. Before the battle starts, all the lower-level life forms in the Yunduan continent will slowly die. Moreover, I feel that it's about time that someone discovered this situation. I'm just afraid that they will spread it to other places. In the ice region, Ji Hanshao could not help but sigh as he looked at the entire Yunduan continent. Finally, he looked at the Gangyuan continent. The aura of chaos in the Gangyuan continent is getting stronger and stronger. I can feel that it contains a very terrifying danger. Hearing his words, everyone who had already finished their task and gathered here felt their hearts sink. They stared at the Gangyuan continent with gloomy eyes. It was a situation that made them gnash their teeth, but they could only continue to gnash their teeth. We're all stalling for time. We all need time to complete some things. Hui slowly walked forward and waved his hand to project the Gangyuan continent in front of them. A huge energy barrier enveloped the entire Gangyuan continent. Outside, it was the energy tower array that they had spent a month to strengthen. That would be the first line of defense. However, as for how effective it would be, this was hard to say. Looking at it like this, it's really useless and aggrieved. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. The aggrieved tone in his voice made everyone grit their teeth. It was impossible to just wait for a month. They had to settle all the ancient relics, deal with the power of order, and arrange everything. They also tried to attack the Gangyuan continent's barrier. However, after attacking for 2 days, they returned without success. Let's wait a little longer. I feel lucky that we didn't tear the barrier apart that day. Hui scratched his head in distress. I only agreed to that operation because I was a little anxious. Without Feng, we couldn't do anything. Some words should be said in reverse. For example, although they were only entrenched in the Gangyuan continent and seemed to have surrounded the Gangyuan continent, in reality, the situation should be reversed. They could temporarily stabilize the situation and prevent anything from happening. As for attacking, well, that day would come, but they would have to wait for a while. They had to wait for the person with the strongest spear in the void to come out. Hui turned his head and looked behind. I think it's about time. Based on Feng's impatient personality, he should be ready after forcing himself for a month. We're also fully prepared, Ji Hanshao said with a serious expression. In the next second, his face collapsed and he smiled bitterly. We've been fully prepared for 20 days. Now, we're cooped up in the same spot and growing mushrooms. Everyone, sigh. Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. His eyes flickered as he looked at the Gangyuan continent. Xing Lu and the others were guarding the line of defense. They were only waiting for someone to come out and shout for the entire army to attack. Then, they would work together to tear down the Gangyuan continent's barrier. Feng, he sighed. Compared to worrying about the passage of time, he was more worried about whether Feng would break himself or something. It could not be helped. That guy was too scary when he played with his life. Time. He suddenly had a scary thought. After taking such a long time, could Feng be preparing? Just as he thought of this terrifying idea, the sound of someone running came from behind him. Everyone turned around and saw a little girl in a green dress running over in a hurry. She shouted, "Big brother, you're out." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. When they heard that, their eyes lit up with a blazing light. They took the guy who disappeared for a month as a signal. When he came out, it was time for the war to begin. Suddenly, their surging emotions made the world seem less oppressive. It was not the mood of waiting for the clouds to disperse and see the sun and moon, but the time to destroy the clouds with their own hands. They had been suppressed in this absolute darkness for a month. Now, it was finally time to disperse it with their own hands. Hui stretched his arms and legs after hearing that. Divine power surged all over his body, and he was ready to go all out. Finally, everyone turned their gazes over and looked behind the little girl. There, the figure who had disappeared for a month was coming over with Jing Yuanji. The aura all over her body had become a little strange. It felt as if they were looking at a walking ancient relic. That sacred and ethereal feeling made them unable to stare at her. Yun Nuoshing nodded to everyone. At this time, the origin crystal could no longer be seen on his body. There were no obvious changes outside his body. The red and black mark on his forehead was flowing with light, revealing an endless aura of destruction. This aura, that spread inadvertently made everyone feel frightened, as if they had seen the whole world collapsing and dying. Foam. Hui stepped forward and patted Yun Nuoshing on the shoulder. Looking at his appearance at this moment, his expression was somewhat meaningful. This aura, are you evolving in the direction of the origin god? And the others? You can feel it so easily. Yun Nuoshing shrugged, then smiled at Hui and said, "Something happened. If I'm still alive after this, I'll tell you slowly. This month has been torturous for me." "Can you not say such generous words before the battle?" Huey's face darkened. Yun Nuoshing chuckled and waved his hand. A teleportation array appeared with his feet as the center. "Let's go." "Hey, little girl, stay. What are you doing?" Yun Nuoshing, who was preparing to teleport, saw Ji Shuiyin, this little girl, hugging a big sword that was taller than her. She was wearing a long dress and armor that she had changed into at some point. She looked like a little Valkyrie. "I can help. Big brother, don't underestimate me." The little girl waved the big sword that she was hugging and snorted, "Big brother, don't forget what I am." Yun Nuoshing threw a bewildered look at Ji Hanshao. The latter laughed bitterly. "Don't look at me like that. I've been persuading her for half a month." After saying this, Ji Hanshao turned his head and muttered to the air with a distressed expression, "Girls are disobedient when they grow up. Children are at odds mostly because the father didn't manage them well. I'll educate her again another day, but it's too late to beat her up now." Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yun Nuoshing was also speechless. His appearance was a little rushed. Now that he was making a ruckus, the seriousness before the battle had flown away. Forget it. There was no time to do anything else. Chapter 1643. If one were to stand close to the dark barrier, they would feel that the entire world was enveloped by this thing. It encompassed the entire land of Gangyuan. However, in terms of size, it should be much smaller than the dark elemental barrier that sealed off small divine land, yet it was countless times stronger. The dark blue and purple mixed with black patterns on the barrier constantly changed, its appearance like rolling clouds in the wind. The aura of energy coming from it was deep and abnormally deep. The rolling patterns and surging energy were like abyssal cracks that were about to devour people, causing everyone present to feel uncomfortable. Yun Nuoshing and the others who were often in contact with non-order forces were slightly used to it, but Ji Hanshao and the others, this was their direct confrontation with it. The last time they fought in the concept layer of rules was at most a warm-up. It was not as simple as the previous time when they assisted the energy tower in the defense coil. This time, they had left small divine land's barrier and directly used their bodies to feel the chaotic aura of non-order. It was daunting. The last time I saw that demonic shadow, I already had a headache. The aura that rushed to my face was enough to make me feel nauseous. But this... Hui looked at the non-order energy barrier that was only a few thousand feet away, staring at the mixed and twisted patterns, and could not help but shake his head. This is the normal appearance of their power. Perhaps it's only 1/10,000th of its power, or even less. Yun Nuoshing tidied her collar and walked up from behind to stand beside Hui. She looked at the huge barrier in front of them. It's the same level of power as the god of origin and the others, but it only has the spirit but not the form. Hui was stunned. What do you mean? It only has the quality but not the quantity. Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. In other words, even if there's a demonic shadow inside, it's the kind that's extremely weak. Its power is still very strong, but it's only hanging on to its last breath. Well, that's what it means. Do you believe that even with its last breath, it can still press us into the void and beat us up? You've already said so. How can I not believe it? Hui laughed bitterly and straightened his face. However, It's still very quiet so far. We're already in a hurry, but there aren't any waves. We are the attacking party. Yun Nuashin glanced at him. There aren't many of us charging head-on. Most of us are at the back, preparing to enter the conceptual level of the rules for another level of battle. Even though we can pose as an army of 10,000, but in front of the characters from the mythological era that may exist inside, this kind of momentum seems to exist in name only. If you say that we are on the defensive side, it's normal for us to be noisy at the beginning. Wasn't it very lively a month ago? The enemy didn't even show up, but they already turned the entire cloud continent upside down. We could not help but smile bitterly. That was true, but he still felt that something was missing. This was a decisive battle where the entire army would attack. There was only the sound of the wind in their ears, and the only thing they could sense was the turbulence of the non-order energy. Such a small movement was still too quiet. They're making a ruckus as soon as the fight starts. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. They could only chat for a while now. When the fight starts later, they might not even be able to find the center of the void. The wind, mixed with the non-order energy breath, blew past them. Both of them stared at the huge barrier in front of them. Waves of distorted and chaotic energy were surging on the barrier, and the obsidian energy was surging. The other party was also ready, and they could feel that it was not far from the time when they were ready. At this moment, they were just putting the first card on the table to tell them they're ready to fight. Bring it on. Ji Hanshao and the others who were ready at the rear came to the two of them and looked forward. Ji Hanshao said softly, "The troops at the rear are also ready to attack. Once there's a movement in the conceptual level of the rules, we'll immediately enter there to fight." The middle-aged man in the blue robe could not help but frown. Wouldn't it be better to attack the conceptual level of the rules first? Wouldn't it be better for both sides to fight together? Yun Nuashing shook her head. Don't forget that we're at a disadvantage now. Before we have a 100 million guarantee, we shouldn't take the risk. That's their other nest. Even I'm not sure if we can attack the conceptual level of the rules first. Let's just play the backup. Right now, the conceptual level of the rules only has an advantage in terms of rules. It's suppressing our rules. Once the other party feels pressured in a head-on clash, they'll start to mobilize the power of the conceptual level of the rules. It won't be as simple as suppressing the power of the rules. Hui explained. In short, that's also an important battlefield, but it's only suitable for backup. Let's wait for them to make a move first before going there. If we rush in now, we might not even know how we died. Hui then looked at Yun Nuashing. You really don't need me to stay and help. Let Jing Yuanji stay and help you. Yun Nuashing rejected him again. No, just arrange for equal combat power on both sides. Once there's a change in the conceptual level of the rules, all of you will go there. I have other backup plans here. He pointed at his own head, and Hui instantly said, "Oh." Ming had already gone back. It seemed like they were planning to fight as husband and wife. If that was the case, he did not need to be so nervous. It's about time. Yun Nuashing looked up at the sun. This action was actually not very meaningful. It was just a random opening. Let us take the lead. Ji Hanshao stepped forward and said, the front line will be left to you alone, right? I don't know what special arrangements you have, but just hearing about it makes me feel pressured. Besides, we have more people in the second battlefield. Removing the barrier should be, Hui shook his head halfway. Hanshao. Oh, Hanshao, you haven't seen this guy's power, but don't worry. You'll know in a few minutes. I'll let you see what it means to be a one-man army. Foam alone is comparable to a 1,000,000-strong army. All right, where's your girl? Jihan Xiao tilted his head and looked at Jing Yuanji. Letting her come here is the limit. It's impossible to bring her here, so I'll let Miss Jing take care of her. Hui grinned. After confirming that everything was fine, he tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was surging with different auras. He could not help but smirk. Feng, are you planning to use that? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. Didn't you already guess? What the F***CK really? Yun Nuoxing said, 2 armies are confronting each other. If there's nothing else, please don't speak. It'll affect the atmosphere. I was just guessing. I didn't expect you to really do that. Hui smacked his lips. How many years has it been since you used that form? It's been at least 1 trillion years. You didn't even use it when Long Sky attacked God World. Being in God World, I naturally have enough power to replace it. Besides, I didn't expect this at that time, so I didn't have that much time to prepare. How could I use it? Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. Long Sky was already in a desperate situation when he changed his home. Who would give him the time to slowly cast his ultimate move? This time it was different. This time he had plenty of time to prepare. However, it's true that if I had the time to use this form when I was dealing with Long Sky the last time, I wouldn't have needed to mobilize the power of the entire realm of the gods to be able to kill him in the realm of the gods. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Yun Nuoxing looked at Hui one last time, then closed his eyes. The energy that had been surging in his body countless times burst out like a fountain. I'll go first. You guys follow me when the time is right. The moment he said that, Yun Nuoxing's body became transparent. A second later, he suddenly disappeared as if he had melted into the air. When he disappeared, they could vaguely see that more than 10 chains around his body had suddenly collapsed. Jihan Xiao and the rest were stunned. They had no idea what had happened. Hui knew that they were shocked. He raised his head and pointed to the sky. His tone was slightly agitated. Look up at the sky. This is the most brilliant moment that Guy has ever had. Brilliant. That's right. It was so brilliant that it could light up the entire void. In the completely dusky sky, a ray of sunlight suddenly sprinkled down from the sky, causing everyone to stare blankly. The chaotic clouds that had been tightly surrounding the entire cloud continent for a month unexpectedly dissipated at this moment, revealing a huge hole. Pure sunlight fell from the big hole, casting a gorgeous curtain of light in the space, projecting the mottled sunlight into the entire world. And in the clear and pure sunlight screen, there was a mottled cross-shaped starlight. Its light itself seemed to be pure white and had a feeling of merging all the colors in the world. However, the shining light had a bit of abnormal darkness. If Tian Yangguang did not shine on it, they probably would not be able to see its shining light. When they looked closer, they saw the essence of the light. It was Yun Nuoxing. However, he looked completely different from before. Pure and brilliant white light overflowed from his body, dyeing his entire body into the purest white. It was almost transparent. The patterns that were engraved with the origin aura and the origin law shone from every corner of his body. As his body swayed, slightly, a substantial light arc was drawn out. Behind his shoulder blades, the pitch-black energy seemed to be in between substance and illusion. It condensed into 2 wide streamers that were 10 feet long. They were like 2 huge azure wings that stretched out with the surge of energy. Although it took a long time to prepare, this is really, really exciting no matter how many times I see it. We could not help but sigh. And because I've come into contact with so many things, the law, order, energy form displayed this time has a more powerful feeling. The combination of pure order and chaos, TSK, it's too contradictory. Don't keep staring. It's too late. When he turned around, He saw Jihan Xiao and the rest had lowered their heads and covered their eyes with a pained expression. We could not help but laugh bitterly. What's going on? How did Lord Feng become like that? Jihan Xiao covered his eyes and couldn't stop his tears from flowing. He had only looked at it for a few seconds, and he felt as though his eyes were being cut into pieces. The pain reached his brain and spread to every part of his body. However, the pain came and went quickly. He only felt a burning sensation from his eyes to his neck. Law, order, energy form. Of course, I personally like to call it the complete liberation mode. The components that make up one's existence are replaced with the power of law and order. With law and order as the skeleton, one's body is made up of pure energy and all kinds of energy. In other words, Lord Feng is a mass of condensed infinite power of law, order, and energy. His every move can cause destruction. Yes, he's also fused with part of the god of destruction's origin law. This is even more ridiculous. You can do this. The middle-aged man could not help but gulp. He suddenly felt that the extent of his death last time was far beyond his imagination. How is that possible? We could not help but exclaim, "We're not masochists. He's the only one in our world who can do this." Do you know that using this form on your body is equivalent to burning your life and soul 100 times more serious? Do you know the process of transforming into this form? Speaking of the process, he broke out in cold sweat. Well, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something healthy. Everyone laughed bitterly. It would be weird if they knew. Anyway, they could roughly tell that it was very scary. Hui forced himself to change the topic and continued to stare at Yunhua planet. The already dangerous planet had completely turned into a mobile source of disaster this time. This aura, this energy, this overflowing power that made Hui feel extremely terrible pressure. God knows what kind of situation this guy would be in after carrying the power of chaos and part of the power of the god of origin, and then using this form. Judging from the current situation, having a 30% chance of winning was not an exaggeration. The only drawback was that it would take a long time to prepare. That was why Maple was still holed up in his room after collecting the origin relics. However, it only took him a short while to switch to this form. 2 minutes ago, the guy who was still talking nonsense to him was now floating in the air like a star. Even the non-order energy that permeated the air retreated 3 feet due to the unusually dense pressure. The world was still clear and clean. Inform everyone to look up. If there's nothing else, don't look away unless you don't want your eyes anymore. Let the energy tower recharge. Everyone get ready for battle. A supreme will of energy burst out explosively. In an instant, it came from the sky and shocked everyone. As if they had received the signal to start the battle, they lowered their heads and made their final preparations. Some held their weapons, some sharpened their knives, some applied poison, some took deep breaths, some changed their clothes slowly, some put down their lunchboxes quickly. Wait a minute, it seemed like something had sneaked in. Buzz. All the energy in the world turned into a substantial cloud column and surged into the sky. Yun Nuoxing's frosty eyes stared at the huge energy barrier in front of her. She gently raised her right hand. The 2 dark azure wings on her back fluttered with the violent surge of energy. An incalculable amount of energy crazily gathered at a point above her head. The energy that had long exceeded the capacity of space tore the space and void into pieces like crispy pieces. When the wind of energy blew, a large piece of it would be blown away. The sky that had just cleared up was quickly filled with darkness again, but this time it was a purer darkness. It was the colorlessness of nothingness and void. First, I'll break your outer armor. Yun Nuoxing whispered softly. Her eyes that were shining with countless colors reflected a crazily gathering energy vortex. Turn into dust in the void. The energy that had gathered to the point where it could turn both the void and nothingness into history took shape. In an instant, the endless energy condensed into a massive mass of highly concentrated energy that was at least 100,000 miles in size. The energy had a pure white transparent shell, and the core was a mass of extremely violent chaos energy. The moment the two powers of order were formed, they became extremely violent as they unleashed their destructive power without holding back. Every single energy shockwave that was unleashed from its massive size would cause space and time to wail as if they were about to collapse. Good Lord, starting with the star annihilation, are you planning to destroy us all? We looked at the big man shining with light above his head. Cold sweat broke out. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Everyone, retreat. Convert 1/3 of the energy into defense. Don't just stand there and watch. That guy will even beat up his own people when he goes crazy." After the gigantic star was formed, it tumbled and fell towards the energy barrier below. When the gigantic star was formed, it produced a substantial stream of light that told everyone that it was falling. That feeling was even more exciting than watching a meteorite fall towards one's face. It was as if a sun was falling. Just the pressure that was crazily approaching was enough to take one's life. They could not be bothered to watch the heroic scene of creation as they retreated in fear. Jing Yuanji and the others were calm. They calmly turned the energy towers into defense mode, and then looked up calmly at the violent sun falling with a violent momentum. It crashed into the layer of non-order barrier, and a dazzling light burst out, an energy shockwave, so intense that it felt like it could split the heavens and earth apart, robbed everyone of their sight and hearing. Just the shockwave of light alone made everyone unable to even hear the rumbling of the energy shockwave. Everyone still had their eyes open, and they could still see some of the dark blue, purple, and black shards flying out and shattering amidst the world-creating light. It was obvious that the barrier had been destroyed. Maple, who was in such a life-risking state, couldn't even destroy the barrier with his first attack. If he couldn't even destroy the barrier with his first attack, then their vision would return to normal. The energy of creation and destruction was also poured out by extreme means. Originally, if this energy was allowed to freely release its power, the energy storm and energy light might last for more than 10 minutes. However, under someone's control, this 10-minute energy release was compressed into a short half a minute. Its power was indescribable. When their vision cleared a little, we immediately used divine energy to clean up the space in front of them. The first thing they saw was that the barrier had been completely annihilated. Not even a scrap was left. The land of Gangyuan that had been hidden for 65 days was finally exposed to everyone's sight. Before they could see what was inside, a huge black shadow blocked their line of sight. The distorted and chaotic form made Huey's eyes twitch. Behind the black shadow, there were more black shadows that looked like squirming ink. They looked really familiar. This is really an indescribably spectacular sight. Ji Hanxiao's eyes were also squinting hard. After the land of Gangyuan opened up, the first thing to bear the brunt was a group of gigantic unknown creatures that were at least 10,000 feet tall. They had humanoid and beast-like appearances. Their limbs and gigantic bodies were twisted like a jumbled mass of meat. There were even more gigantic unknown creatures that looked extremely disgusting and squirming. They were all like that layer of barrier. There were no detailed forms. Their entire bodies were in the shape of a ball of energy, a mix of dark blue, purple, and black. They were clearly three-dimensional shadows, but one could tell which one was opening its bloody mouth and which one was waving its limbs as it climbed out from within. The chaos manifestation looks even more disgusting. Huey's eyelids trembled violently compared to the abyss death mist manifestation. The ones in front of him were even more disgusting. They were indeed cannon fodder that stood at the peak of non-orderly energy. Just their appearance alone caused 10,000 points of mental damage to all life in the orderly world. Ji Shuiyan, who was valiant and high-spirited just now, almost vomited. She cried and vomited at the same time. To the little girl, this scene was too impactful. They look like they've just formed. Ji Hanxiao said, while suppressing his disgust. Most of them were killed by the aftermath of Maple's attack. It's a basic skill, Hui said casually. He looked towards the depths of the land of Gangyuan, and his expression gradually turned serious. There was an area in the land of Gangyuan where an energy whirlpool was condensed towards the sky. The scale was abnormally huge. The non-orderly energy that was so dense that even he felt disgusted was gathering madly there. The non-orderly energy that originated from the bottom of the cloud continent was also gathering there. Maple, there's a gathering in the depths of Gangyuan. I know. I already felt it that day. On the day of the destruction order, I vaguely felt that there was a point that was rapidly condensing chaotic energy in the land of Gangyuan. Yun Nuoshing nodded faintly. And now I can see it directly, looking at the chaos manifestation that did not intend to take the initiative to attack and instead used its body to form a wall and set up a defensive formation. We let out a long sigh. All right, the target is clear, but looking at the formation in front of us, I'm afraid we'll have to sweep through everything. Oh, right, you really don't need help? Look at the formation in front of us. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you say you need help, there's no need for that. You just have to move with me until the concept level of the rules is activated. Don't be so arrogant at this time. You still need our help. Do you want to make a plan or something? Don't be so long-winded. Let's just go straight in. Yun Nuoshing snorted softly and swung her long, pure, white hair that was 10 feet long. With the 2 azure wings behind her as the center, a group of magic circles appeared in batches and surged with energy that broke through the seal of the void and the rules. The number of magic circles blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The energy ripples that were constantly spreading allowed the power of order to instantly gain the upper hand. Once again, tens of thousands of magic circles rumbled and concentrated the energy shockwaves that could wipe out the entire cloud continent on the ground in front of them. Everyone's vision was once again drowned out. No matter what method they used, they could not determine whether those chaos manifestations were dead or not. But looking at the situation, well, they should not be able to survive. The bombardment of energy shook the earth, causing Hui to suddenly become alert. The Guardian's shield and sacred sword shone with the light of attack. The great sword pointed forward. Everyone, open up a path from the flanks. Don't block that killing god's sweep. Under such circumstances, charge into the range of his sweep. We'll meet again 10,000 years later. Chapter 1644. This was a world shrouded in darkness. The energy of chaos and order filled every corner of this world. The dense and pure aura of chaos repelled every existence in this world. The aura of chaos and order was everywhere. However, there was a layer of barrier that preserved a huge piece of land. Compared to the 3-dimensional space of the entire world, this piece of land that was preserved only took up less than 1/3 of the entire world. That was already an extremely rare thing. In another direction, the aura of chaos was fading slightly. The power of order suddenly rose from a small reaction to an extremely high level. It even pierced through the clouds of chaos that blotted out the sky and earth, forming a huge hole as if it was the eye of a storm. However, although the power of order had the upper hand in this place, the non-order energy in the surroundings could not be ignored. This was not like standing on an isolated island in the middle of the sea. Instead, it was like looking at a small pool in a vast continent. This place still belonged to the non-order domain. It was already extremely difficult for the power of order to forcefully open up a domain of order that was not too stable. Looking down from the hole, the scene that appeared inside the hole was not as calm as the eye of the storm. In the huge area, there was a dense battle. Every flare of energy was caused by the collision of multiple powers of order on both sides. The scale was huge. The largest flare of energy covered half the area of the eye of the storm. The frequent flashes of energy were like the explosions of new energy, causing the sky, earth, and space to tremble. Countless powerful energy explosions occurred again and again. On the surface, the power of order was gradually pushing forward, leaving behind a large area that was not completely purified. It was gradually shrinking the defensive line of the wellspring land, constantly destroying the non-order energy. It would not be easily extinguished until one of the two sides was completely wiped out. At the moment, it seemed that the power of order had the upper hand. That was normal. Gathering all the high-level powers of order that could be mobilized in this world to charge into one battlefield, it was normal for them to have such results before the generals of the non-order side showed up. However, one should not forget that the other battlefield had not started yet. The enemy had not really shown up either. The ones that appeared here were some of the more exquisite high-level cannon fodders. Well, they were not cannon fodders. The power of every chaos spawn was very powerful. Unlike the abyssal death shroud spawns that were suppressed by sheer numbers, the power of the chaos spawns was very complete. Some of them could even use weak divine authority and divinity. The divinity of chaos, in simple terms, was an attack command that specialized all sorts of powers. They were much more powerful than the abyssal death shroud spawns that had lost their minds. However, it was unfortunate that they had encountered a certain fellow who had not opened up a large scale for trillions of years. He was recklessly unleashing his power here. 90% of the countless traces of broken walls and fences were left behind by him. The two powers of order and non-order were still fighting on the broken land after the warriors from both sides had left. However, the latter was obviously unable to continue the fight. The energy towers that were left behind along the way had become something like a stronghold, spreading the influence of the mini-world creation barrier to this place, and leaving the power of order behind. It was just an emergency measure. It would take some time for the non-order power to be eliminated. However, the energy that was rooted in the land was much easier to deal with than the spawns that were moving around. Scorched land. Ji Hanxiao suddenly muttered softly. He picked up a piece of debris that was obviously some kind of building on the ground. He could not help but sigh. He turned around and looked at the green cloud land that was connected to the Gangyuan land. He calculated the distance in his heart. There should be a city in the Gangyuan land at this distance. Now it seems it has already turned into ashes when the two powers of order clashed. Hui pushed the divine power forward and took the time to respond to Ji Hanxiao's words. It might not be appropriate to say it out loud. However, when the Gangyuan land was sealed, we already knew that all the beings of order would. Ji Hanxiao let out a long sigh. He was also mentally prepared. It was just that he still had a little bit of hope deep in his heart. After all, the entire Gangyuan land had at least hundreds of billions of lives. If all the lives were counted, the number would be tens of thousands of times more. They had completely disappeared within a short period of a month. Not only that, they had even become the enemy's power to deal with them. How sad. Just get used to it. Huey's eyes flickered. He turned his head and said calmly and naturally, "We're already used to it. The words that Fong once warned everyone. I'll also give them to all of you. This is a war between order and chaos. There are only two camps at the beginning of this war. There are only two outcomes. It's either they die or we, who represent the world of order, die together. Being purified by the power of order is also a form of relief for them. Even if we can't save them, we should at least let them go in a more dignified manner." Well, that might not be the original words, but that's the general idea. War, this is war. This is a war that can't save anyone. They, who have completely become the claws of chaos, can only be purified by the cannon fire of order, even if there are people you used to know, even if they're family and friends. However, because they're family and friends, they have to do it themselves. No one is willing to become the claws of chaos and become a monster with the lowest level of consciousness. That's why we've said before, all the so-called justice, the so-called redemption, the lofty aspirations, the boiling of blood, these things will not appear in the war between order and chaos. There's only slaughter, destruction, and death. The empty talk about will that is not allowed to appear here is just a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, there was only the rumbling sound of energy. The atmosphere was so gloomy that it was as if they had entered a silent world. Hui let out a long sigh of relief. He sent out his holy power through the shield and the greatsword, turning the area into a golden pure land. After waiting for someone to leave enough energy towers behind, he lifted his spirits and continued to move forward. Have you ever faced a friend who has transformed into a monster? No one knew who suddenly whispered that sentence. It made the already depressing atmosphere even heavier. Everyone looked at Huey's back that was shining with golden light. Their gazes were complicated. Yes, Huey's footsteps did not stop because of this. He smiled faintly. It's not just me. We've all done similar things. Even if we're lonely and don't know many people, we've also stood on the battlefield and killed our compatriots who belong to the order camp. Perhaps not knowing anyone would lessen the psychological burden. Fong is like that. In the countless worlds in the void, there are less than 20 people that he's really talked to and seriously got to know. So every time in a head-on battle, he's always the calmest and coldest one. Unlike me, who actually knows a lot of people. Sometimes when I inadvertently see a guy from tens of thousands of years ago or someone I once had a cordial conversation with rushing towards us with the aura of chaos, I can't help but sigh, it's this guy. I haven't seen him for so many years. I didn't expect to have to send him on his way when we meet again. How unlucky. There are many similar things. Hui heaved a sigh of relief again and ended the topic lightly, although he forcefully suppressed his emotions and could not have too many emotions in order to prevent it from affecting the direction of this deadly battlefield. He did not like to talk about such things endlessly. Even the joke with a faint teasing tone earlier was only a symbolic laugh from him. Jihan Xiao and the rest could not laugh at all. With just a few words, they could feel the cruelty of this level of war. It was a tragedy that they had yet to adapt to. The things that they used to deal with and fuss about in the past seemed to have become the trivial matters of humans in front of this level, looking at the chaos derivatives that filled their line of sight. Their gazes were a little dazed. It was as if they could see the faces of some people that they used to know inadvertently appear in front of them. She'll come back to your senses. Hui used the guardian's sword to knock on the large shield. Sacred energy turned into an invisible impact and spread out, waking Jihan Xiao and the rest from their dazed state. When they came back to their senses, they saw the former's serious expression, which was the opposite of the half-serious, half-smile just now. Don't expose your weak side in the domain of chaos. They'll take advantage of it. Sorry, I was distracted. Ji Hanshao slapped himself hard, took a deep breath, and quickly came back to his senses. Your adjustment speed is not bad. Hui waved the large sword in his hand and drew a few golden energy waves. Let's continue forward. The main force has been taken care of by Feng. Before our battlefield appears, we have to at least take care of the flanks. Furthermore, this speed of advancement shouldn't last very long. Hui calmly looked into the distance. His gaze passed through the energy fireworks shining in the sky and looked behind. The chaos derivatives that we've encountered so far may seem large in number and fill up the entire space, but they're actually just a group of wandering soldiers. The real main force is still behind us. We're about to reach a boundary. Ji Hanxiao's gaze trembled slightly. He seemed to understand what he meant. There seems to be a very prosperous city in the Gangyuan ahead. If all the lives inside, everyone's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, it would be a disaster. That place might have already become one of the chaos derivatives' main camps. If they continued to calculate, it would be even more terrifying. There were hundreds of cities like that in the Gangyuan. Furthermore, as mentioned earlier, the number of lives in the Gangyuan was at least in the hundreds of billions. That scale, boom. It was as if a comet was crashing into the ground at a speed of 10 million miles per hour. Everyone turned to look at it. Beams of energy light that were tens of thousands of miles long descended from the sky. One could see a formation that looked like a silver-white moon shrouding this part of the world. Beams of pure, white energy light turned into huge blades and fell to the ground. They moved at an irregular speed, leaving deep scars on the ground. Everyone, retract your formation. Feng's about to unleash his ultimate move. Those who don't want to be involved, back off quickly. After we finish speaking, the energy light pillars that seemed to be a prelude to his attack suddenly froze in their densely packed positions. Then, the millions of formations simultaneously emitted sounds of energy gathering. In just a moment, they opened up and bombarded the ground. Every energy released by this form of yun, nuwashing, contained a dense aura of destruction. Any small energy explosion could blast a 1,000-feet-deep crater on the ground. The white shockwave would wash the ground within a radius of tens of thousands of feet, either destroying or collapsing it. There was an unlucky giant manifestation that was caught in the middle of hundreds of energy shockwaves. Each energy shockwave carried enough destructive power to destroy it 4 or 5 times. With just one flash of energy, the giant manifestation flew up and plunged into one of the descending energy pillars. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. It was just a coincidence that it was so unlucky. After all, Hui looked up and saw that Feng was not even lifting his hand as he walked forward with millions of formations and unleashed endless attacks. He knew that this was a new round of wiping out. If they were not here, he believed that Feng would have already unleashed the Order of the Origin of Nothingness. With a round of indiscriminate attacks, the Gangyuan would have been turned into a Gangyuan. Well, half of it would be gone. The manifestation would be gone along with it. Hui suddenly held the Guardian's sword horizontally in front of him, a thing that was originally 3,000 feet tall, but was now a pile of black mosaic, was pushed forward by the shockwave. It directly stabbed into his long sword and was then purified into ashes by the divine power. He swung his long sword and shouted at the right time, "Attack freely! Continue to push forward." The people who had stopped to cooperate with Lord Feng naturally did not waste any time. They were all holding back their energy. Now that they heard Huey shout, they all used their accumulated energy and attacks to smash the ground in front of them. Lord Feng drove straight in. They took advantage of the flank and bombarded it indiscriminately. They could not wait to blow the entire ground into the sky. In the area covered by endless energy, the warriors of the Cloud Continent were also trying their best to cooperate with the warriors of the Celestial Realm and launch their own attacks. They were all burning their hair behind them, trying their best to use all their attacks as long-range attacks. They did not dare to move forward. If they took a wrong step forward, they were guaranteed to be drowned in the light and destruction of the endless energy bombardment in the next second. Not even their shadows could be seen anymore. However, their attacks were still very good. After all, they had gathered the most elite forces of the Cloud Continent. They had also been quickly trained by men. They used all their means: talisman arrays, talisman papers, magnetite, long-range punches, and kicks. All kinds of strange fighting methods: energy attacks, materialization attacks, or pure physical attacks. This allowed them to explode with power that was not inferior to a corner array formed by energy towers. After all, they were not like the warriors of the Celestial Realm, who were all energy life forms. Even Lady Green, who liked to use her fists to pierce through the void, could use long-range energy attacks. With the help of energy towers, the power was even greater. The people of the Cloud Continent definitely could not use the same method to fight against the Chaos Spawn. However, the limited power they could display was already not bad. We felt that even if they suddenly entered another battlefield, it would not be too big of a problem. As long as they maintained this momentum, they had a good chance of winning. Speaking of the place where the battle had not yet begun, speaking of which, they are really calm. Hui opened up a part of his divine domain, using his own power to disperse the non-order energy that had infected the area in front of him. He looked at the sky and said, "We have already been here for 4 hours, right? They still do not intend to use the concept layer of laws to pressure us." The middle-aged man's attack paused for a moment. Is it possible that they are bluffing, or that they are already in a place where we can't find them? No, both of these are impossible. Our team's concept layer of laws is still paying attention even now. Maple is also paying attention. If they want to use the power of the concept layer of laws and the power of the Cloud Continent to forcefully suppress us outsiders, that kind of movement cannot be concealed. So it can only be... Hui used the back of his hand to wipe off the sweat on his chin and replied, "Perhaps with the damage we have caused so far, it is not enough for them to treat us as a threat. Or perhaps we have not caused enough damage to touch the bottom line in their hearts. No matter which one it is, it sounds a little bad," Hui said indifferently. His eyes flickered as he considered the possibility of all the chaos spawns being thrown out as cannon fodder to stop time. I'm almost tired of reading one-sided wipeouts," Hui muttered softly. By the way, it was almost time to finish teaching the newcomers. Then next, Maple. There is an abnormal situation ahead. Everyone, temporarily halt your attacks. Radiance shouted, but before she could say anything else, she was stunned by Yun Nuoxing's sudden words. She raised her head and looked ahead. From the ground, there was a gentle slope that sloped upwards. However, probably because the ground in front of her was flat ground formed from scorched earth, as well as the potholes left behind by Maple's energy bombardment, as well as the chaos spawns that filled her vision, she had not noticed this slender and gentle slope before. Now, it looked a little like a short mountain, and its horizontal range was not small. Bang, 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 bang. One after another, energy bombardment fell from thousands of feet in front of them with a momentum that could wipe out the ground. 2/3 of the mountain was blown away, and half of the slightly sloping ground in front of Hui and the others had been shaved off. After killing all the chaos spawns here, the energy reaction that was wreaking havoc in the world suddenly weakened by a lot. Everyone saw that Yun Nuoxing had dispersed her own attacks and descended from the sky to stand on the mountain. The entire world fell into a temporary state of calm. There were no more energy bombardment, no more attacks or roars from the chaos spawns. The entire world suddenly became quiet, giving everyone the illusion that the battle had ended. However, there was an even more ominous atmosphere ahead, causing everyone to wake up from their illusion. After leaving behind a divine domain for purification, Hui hurriedly rushed to Yun Nuoxing's side. Raising his head to look ahead, he could not help but be slightly surprised. After crossing the mountain, what suddenly appeared was a precipitous slope. The long and narrow mountain range was like a blade that stabbed diagonally into the ground ahead. Although the army had stopped moving very quickly, there were still many traces of battle left on the ground below. Further ahead was a plain that exuded an extremely oppressive force. It was vast and empty, looking past the pitch-black and empty ground. Then a city suddenly appeared about 10,000 li away. Densely packed, tall, short, fat, thin, ugly, and distorted chaos spawns stood in front of the city like an orderly army. Infantry, light armored, heavy armored, large fortress-sized and independent chaos spawns, all of them stood straight and orderly in formation. They were cold and strict. Just the formation alone amplified the aura of the chaos energy by several hundred times. What the hell? I dare to bet my head that the abyssal death mist spawns do not have this level of intelligence. We could not help but gasp at the sight of the chaos spawns that appeared like a regular army. The abyss death mist spawns had strengthened their commanders, which was why they were barely able to show the nature of an army. But in essence, they were still a bunch of hooligans who occupied a mountain. Once the battle was at its most chaotic, no one would be able to control each other. This problem was even more obvious after the commanders were eliminated. But these chaos spawns in front of him. As expected, the more life forms gathered in a place, the easier it is for such a situation to occur. Yun Nuoxing's voice came from the front and drew everyone's attention. A small magic circle gathered in front of his eyes. He seemed to be paying attention to other places. There are at least 100 places with similar situations. I haven't seen all of them. The aura of chaos is even thicker in the depths, and my vision is blocked. I can't see in. It seems that the cannon fodder has been used up. These are the main forces, the trump cards. Hui laughed dryly and muttered. His vision, that was filled with divine power, looked into the depths of the space. In those cities, there were armies of various sizes, and each of them seemed to have an independent energy barrier for defense. The barriers that were left in the cities have become their defense instead. Yun Nuoxing sneered and shook his head. Most of the chaos spawns that we have encountered before are just some ordinary chaos spawns that have nothing special. Perhaps they are just some small beasts or demons that have been distorted into that appearance by the chaos energy. As for those champions that originally belonged to the Cloud Continent, a group of chaos spawns came from the side with rolling flames. Scattered chaos spawns rolled and were annihilated in the raging flames. The small group of chaos spawns were blown up into a mess. Not a single chaos spawn was left intact. A gigantic chaos spawn suddenly exploded in the middle. A white-haired figure that was burning with flames descended from the sky and landed right in front of them. Phew, this side has also been cleaned up. So, what's the situation now? Hui glanced at the newbie and pointed his finger forward. Xing LV quickly turned his head and gasped. The flames around his body froze. What is that? There is a reason why they have not expanded the battlefield. Yun Nuoxing patted Hui on the shoulder. His black azure wings and body were flowing with substantial energy. He looked at the neat army and then looked at the huge vortex that was still gathering the chaos energy in the distance. This level is not something that can be done with one or two indiscriminate attacks. Although I can continue to strengthen my power and then use the origin order to finish it off, now is not the time. If I start to increase my power now, how are we going to fight in the future? So, you want to use the cheapest way to finish the battle here. Hui nodded. He could totally understand what Yun Nuoxing was thinking. The enemy leader had not even shown up yet, and they were already using their trump cards. When they had no more cards to play in the end, they would just use a wooden club. But in the current situation, I think it's a little difficult. Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself, and slowly took out a longbow made of energy crystals. Its entire body gathered countless colors as if it was made of glass. At the front of the center of the bow, there was a ball that surged with dark energy. It was like a crosshair. There is a way. Because it's not a trump card, it can only be used once. After that, it won't have any effect. We have to maximize the results of the battle as much as possible. He waved his hand and scanned the entire land as he spoke in a deep voice. Hui was speechless. Here it comes. This guy is not human anymore. Listening to his tone, he wanted to use this method to finish off the army of 100 cities. This guy loved to destroy the so-called hope. As long as it was the enemy, it had nothing to do with order or chaos. Chapter 1645. However, Hui did not know what Maple was planning to do. Although he knew Maple's form, he had not seen it many times. He had only seen it twice in his memory, and he could not remember what he did the first time. Therefore, even though he had seen Maple's form, he did not know what Maple was up to. He also did not know what his limit was in this form. He had only vaguely heard Maple mention it before. This had to be updated because that was the situation back then. The situation now was very different. Therefore, Hui guessed that Maple's strength might be 1 or 2 levels higher than his strength in the realm of the gods. The combination of the two forms might be able to defeat a battalion of primeval gods. He ran far away. Anyway, the commotion later would definitely be huge. He would not be able to escape. He definitely would not be able to escape. Although Maple looked very cold and serious at the moment, acting like Min, who was not considered to have facial paralysis but was used to having facial paralysis, the corners of his eyes were slightly raised, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his sparkling eyes told Hui that Maple was definitely very excited. It was the kind of excitement that came from seeing endless explosions. There would definitely be a grand spectacle later. However, it seemed that Maple did not intend to attack immediately. He was waiting for the sporadic battles in other places to end. He planned to gather all his forces and push forward. Hui did not understand Maple's plan at the moment, so he simply stood aside and waited. However, he could see that Maple was accumulating power. He had been holding the longbow in his hand, gathering energy. Hui did not know what Maple was planning. Perhaps the Chaos Spawn had seen through their plan to push forward. The Chaos Spawn also moved a little. The chaos energy in this space was surging, gathering from all directions towards the city that was facing them first. Some of them blended into the Chaos Spawns guarding the city, while the others, well, they disappeared without a trace. They came out right in front of them, and then disappeared right in front of them. They still did not know what they were planning to do. The fighting in the area led by Order had completely stopped. The last high-energy reaction exploded 1,000 miles away. Not long after, Xing Lu brought the last group of people here. At this point, everyone had gathered here. As for the Chaos Spawns before them, well, they had gathered quite a lot, about 1/3 more than before. This was exactly the same as the Abyssal Death Mist. They were just as disgusting, and they were risking their lives to create soldiers in the gaps of time. Moreover, they were creating soldiers right under their noses. Everyone's faces twitched at the sight. Chaos spawns born from a mixture of reality and the power of rules. They are not that far off from the abyssal death misspawn. However, in terms of chaos divinity, the latter is 10 times or even 100 times stronger. He straightened his robes and slowly withdrew his gaze from the distance. He then turned towards Maple, who was still gathering energy. The situation has changed. Do you want to think of another way? He muttered. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and casually drew the bowstring. He had yet to gather energy. It's fine if they are gathered here. It doesn't matter if they are scattered everywhere. You don't have to worry about that. It's fine as long as they actually exist here. Hui scratched his head and shrugged his shoulders in question. Yun Nuoshing did not answer. He reached out and stroked the energy bead at the front of the bow that was condensed from the energy of annihilation. He turned to look at the others and suddenly showed a slightly weird smile. However, he did not immediately say anything and quietly turned his gaze back. This was the interior of the chaos domain. Although he had opened up a domain of order, he was not sure if the other party could hear him if he said a few words. He was too lazy to find out. So long as he did not say anything, it would be fine. He did not believe that the other party could eavesdrop on his voice in the domain. Everyone has assembled. The battle situation is good so far. There are no casualties. Our combat strength is still sufficient. Lord Maple, please give the order. Jing Yuanji came from behind. Her clear voice reverberated in the place and attracted the attention of the people who first appeared here. When they turned around, they saw that the people who were scattered around at the beginning of the battle and were responsible for covering the flanks were all gathered here. There were so many of them. Each of them was surging with energy as if they were about to tear someone into pieces in the next second. There is no need to change the order. I am just gathering all of you here. Yun Nuoshing looked into the distance and said, after I attack, continue to attack according to your original trajectory. However, this time, the marching speed is a lot faster. Drive straight in, whether it is me or you. Mei Mao and Jing Yuanji's eyes flashed as they nodded. Understood. The second order had been given. Prepare to start the battle on the other battlefield. The other side seems to have assembled. Hui whistled as he looked into the distance. He could not help but say, it seems that your movement has scared them. The forces guarding the city are almost half as strong as before. And look, the chaos barrier protecting the city has been opened first. Well, then I will make my move. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. His hand that was holding the crystal longbow tightened slightly. He slowly took a few steps forward and walked towards the front of the mountain peak. A group of palm-sized magic circles slowly appeared in the space beside him. They circled around him and the space in a disorderly manner. The surging energy began to flow. The energy with the substance of flowing light overflowed from his body and turned into a clear and discernible energy cloud that surrounded the mountain peak. The colorful energy was like a ring that was released in all directions with him as the center. Ding! The sound of the bowstring that was made of crystal was as crisp as a finger tapping on a crystal. The longbow that was made of crystal was slowly lifted up in an arc. The energy that was spreading like a ring was suddenly restrained and stopped spreading. It began to converge from all directions and quickly gathered towards the energy bead at the front of the longbow. The hundreds of small magic circles that surrounded the longbow also collapsed and turned into a stream of energy that flowed into the bead. It was as if a gust of wind was blowing in front of him. The energy that was released from his body that was made of pure energy was taken away by the gust of wind. There were dozens of long energy light ribbons behind him. Yun Nuoshing slowly closed his eyes. His mind reflected what he saw just now. The longbow that was pointing at the sky from afar made a sharp sound. A stream of chaotic light suddenly surged out. The weak energy impact turned into a gust of wind and was released. Everyone felt that the long arrow that was not fully charged yet, the arrow that was not even fully formed, broke through the air with a buzzing sound of energy. It disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye, leaving only the energy ribbons and energy flames that were thousands of feet long. That was a mass of energy that had not fully solidified. It was hurriedly condensed into a half-formed form before it was shot out by Yun Nuoshing. Everyone was stunned. Bang! A violent energy explosion suddenly sounded in the distant sky. It ignored the rules and reached everyone's ears without any difference. A dazzling ring of energy suddenly exploded in the air. The mass of chaotic energy turned into raindrops that filled the sky and was sent to various parts of the wellspring by the energy impact. It drifted towards the cities that had become the lairs of the chaos spawns, the lands where the chaos spawns gathered, and the places where the chaos spawns were concentrated. Why is this guy so quiet this time? Everyone was curious. In such a short period of time, their impression of him was fixed as an explosive. It should have been an abnormally huge movement that would cause the entire world to explode. This time, it seemed every droplet of rain that fell was surrounded by azure energy ribbons. That was the energy of a formation. Every droplet of rain was accompanied by an extremely dense aura of the formation, as if they were raindrops formed by a formation. They fell from the sky and suddenly froze when they were thousands of miles away from the ground. Light instantly bloomed along with the surging energy, turning into a formation that encompassed the entire city. The huge formation core pointed at the ground below. Every inch of energy pattern surged with a huge energy movement, like a waterfall slapping on a boulder. Tens of thousands of raindrops separated over the primal ridge, instantly forming tens of thousands of massive formations that encompassed the vast expanse of the primal ridge. The formations rumbled and gathered energy above the cities and chaos barriers. Through the formations, he looked down at the entire land from the skies. His gaze passed through tens of thousands of formations and looked at the innumerable chaos spawns that raised their heads. Sensing the suddenly chaotic energy of chaos between heaven and earth, with a single thought, the formations emitted a majestic energy in seconds. Streaks of purple and red energy beams that were less than half a meter wide fell like tiny rays of sunlight, passing through the chaos energy barriers without any resistance and landing densely on the land below, cutting the city and the land into irregular pillars. The corner of Huey's eyes twitched. The shuddering energy beams were flashing incessantly. The dense energy beams carried dense energy, but were not obstructed by the chaos barriers. Because they were made of annihilation energy and were also non-order energy, they deceived the barrier's recognition and poured massive amounts of energy into the land and into the entire space. In just 5 seconds, the tiny beam became as bright as an energy crystal filled with infinite destructive energy. It was abnormally dazzling, and its brightness was still increasing as it illuminated the entire world. In just a few seconds, the tiny energy beams exploded with a bang and turned into energy beams that were tens of thousands of feet tall. The light that penetrated the heavens and the earth transmitted destructive energy that could not be released. The energy that was as vast as the sea surged into the ground like the land that had fallen into the sea. The energy from each energy beam converged and collided on the ground, tearing out a ferocious and man-eating abyss on the ground. From the inside, the entire region and the entire city was divided into pieces and swallowed into the abyss. Those manifestations were also torn into pieces by the shockwaves because of the sudden movement. They were sent into the abyss by the upheaval of the earth. Before the battle even started, more than half of these elite cannon fodder had been killed or injured. Boom, boom, violent energy appeared in the domain of chaos. The aura of chaos skyrocketed to a level that was enough to suppress the domain of order in the blink of an eye. We could feel the other party's astonishment and impatience to salvage the situation. He could not help but grin and smash the Guardian's shield on the ground. The domain of holiness suddenly expanded rapidly from a corner, pushing the approaching aura of chaos out of the domain of order. Maple, it's about to go crazy. Let's take this opportunity to kill it. We glanced at the domain of chaos that had become abnormally violent and suddenly shouted excitedly, "Wait until I'm done with this attack." Yun Nuoshing closed her eyes and continued to overlook the entire land that was covered in energy. She shook her head to calm Hui down a little. Looking at the entire land of Gangyuan, she suddenly sent out an energy order. "Let this land burn." Energy that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly burst out from the ground and the abyss. The extremely dazzling light made it seem as if the Earth's crust had cracked open, and the Earth's core was exposed on the surface of the Earth's crust. The mottled energy that soared into the sky lit up the sky from the bottom of the Earth. That was the vast energy that was injected into the entire land of Gangyuan through the magic circle. As everyone watched the large area of the land in front of them sink, crack, and then burst out with endless destructive energy, the dazzling energy in front of them was suddenly covered by an even more intense light of destruction that soared into the sky. The monstrous destructive energy erupted from the entire land of Gangyuan. This time, it really overturned the land. Every drop of energy in the area that was illuminated by the light was ignited and turned into an accomplice of destruction that tore everything, including nothingness, into pieces. Such a violent scene. It was as if Gangyuan was being swallowed by a massive sun. As expected, this fellow's every move was huge and incomparably violent. There was only the scene of an explosion. Who said that his movements this time were small? He really blew Gangyuan into the sky with such a degree of saturation bombardment, let alone the chaos spawn. Even Gangyuan would be gradually disintegrated into pieces by the destructive storm. In the end, it would turn into dust and be annihilated in the void. I'll destroy one of your trump cards. This way, we'll stand on the same level again. The entire domain of chaos fell into a state of silence. Even the wildly surging presence of chaos was stunned. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and slowly drew out the Nether Void Sword. Magic circles appeared around her, condensing from the size of 1,000,000 miles to the size of 1,000 miles to 100,000 miles. From now on, both of us have a 50-50 chance of winning. Everyone get ready. Charge with me. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Putting on an incomparably solemn expression, they adjusted their state of mind again. Brandishing the weapons in their hands, they looked at each other before turning their eyes to the glowing figure standing at the forefront. With the brilliance of energy retracted, he was no longer unbearable to look at directly. However, everyone still felt an unshakable power. Fiddling with the Nether Void Sword, Yun Nuoshing took another deep breath and suddenly opened her eyes. Light flickered, and her body turned into a ray of light. The domain of order expanded abruptly. The energy moved along with her body, turning into a long arrow and shooting towards the deepest part of the domain of chaos. Everyone yelled in their hearts and quickly followed. The vast energy riot continued to produce energy anomalies in the domain of chaos. The various destructive energy anomalies caused by the violent energy obstructed the detection of both parties. Regardless of whether it was them or them, They had no way of detecting each other in this chaotic energy scene. This was their chance. The long arrow formed by energy tore apart the natural defense condensed in the domain of chaos. A large group of people flew past in midair. Ji Hanshao quickly lowered his head to look at the city that was completely engulfed in flames. His gaze trembled slightly, but he did not say anything. At a time like this, he could not think about anything else. The only thought allowed to exist in his mind was to bury the enemy in the void. Boom! After crossing a layer of mountain range formed by a vast sea of light, the dense chaotic energy on the ground in front of them turned into a wall that rose from the ground and blocked everyone's path. The chaotic energy swept towards them like a tide and a rain of arrows. Hui, defend the front. Everyone, move according to my orders. Charge with all your might. A huge amount of spiritual energy spread within the range of the long arrow. Yun Nuoshing shouted at everyone. Hui raised the guardian shield and instantly blocked the front. Among the large group of people, some of their expressions suddenly changed. Jing Yuanji's pretty face also changed slightly. She quickly said to Yun Nuoshing, "Lord Feng, please be careful." Everyone did not understand why she suddenly said that. What made them even more puzzled was that about a quarter of the people suddenly left the group, including Jing Yuanji. They all rushed towards the sky and tore apart the nomological defense between heaven and earth. Jing Yuanji used all her divine right and divinity to prop up a chaotic space barrier to protect everyone. They rushed into the conceptual layer of the nomological defense together. Everyone looked at Yun Nuoshing in confusion. Before they could say anything, he suddenly waved his hand in front of him. Arrays of tens of thousands of feet in size spiraled forward. Intense energy instantly condensed. Attack with all your might. Ji Hanshao and the rest did not hesitate. They raised their hands and condensed the maximum amount of energy they could unleash. In an instant, the destructive attack of tens of thousands of heavenly gods of origin was unleashed. Mixed with the energy torrent condensed by Yun Nuoshing, it became a destructive wave. In just one exchange, it drilled a huge hole in the chaotic giant wall. The arrow formed by the order domain crashed into the giant wall fiercely, taking away a part of it and bringing everyone through the wall. After crossing the giant wall, before everyone could relax, a huge and distorted chaotic body appeared in front of them. Ji Hanshao was about to condense his energy to attack when a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Team 2, head to the conceptual layer of the nomological defense. Listen to Jing Yuanji's orders and set up the order domain. Stabilize the position. Ji Hanshao instantly realized that almost a quarter of the people's expressions changed at the same time. Then they rushed into the sky. He understood why that team suddenly left the group. So this was the arrangement. I wish you all the best. Ji Hanshao shouted at Yun Nuoshing. Under the surprised and confused gazes of the remaining half of the people, he also left the group and headed towards the conceptual layer of the nomological defense. Hui, holy shock! Hui had just figured out what he had done when he immediately heard another order. When he came back to his senses, he quickly glanced below. The chaotic body that was formed in an emergency was being suppressed by the remnant energy of the destructive energy phenomenon. The chaotic energy had also hurriedly adjusted to deal with the suppression of the order domain. In less than 2 minutes, the power of the chaos domain would be restored to its maximum level. The chaotic body would block their way again. Withdraw all your senses back into your bodies. Good children, don't look at things you shouldn't look at. Hui roared at everyone. He threw the guardian's shield forward with his left hand and held the guardian's sword with both hands. His entire body glowed with golden light. visible, holy power surged out from the void along with the golden light. The heavenly god of Origin's energy was unleashed to the limit at this moment. It turned into a storm that condensed on the sword in both hands. In less than a second, the energy was completely gathered. Hui used all the energy he could gather in the shortest amount of time and slashed the guardian's shield that was charging at him. Clang! It was as if the sun had collided with the wall of the stars. Of course, there was no sound like this. The light that was comparable to the explosion caused by the collision of the sun, and the galaxy suddenly exploded in front of everyone. The light was so bright that it could make the world fade. Everyone who caught a glimpse of the light felt a sharp pain in their eyes. They could not help but cry out. There was something wrong with this guy. This was not a shock. This was an energy nova, the level of energy that could directly cleanse an area. The golden ring of energy exploded, spreading across the entire cloud continent in an instant, spreading the power of the divine and the power of order to every region affected by the energy. The unstoppable divine power even wiped out the thick black clouds in the sky, and the chaos spawns below all fell to the ground as if they had lost all strength. Those that were less than 10,000 feet in size could not even maintain their original forms, exploding into a cloud of smoke and vanishing into nothingness. The entire chaos domain was about to recover, but it was smashed to the ground again. Even the aura that all living beings hated had weakened by more than half. Team 3 now. Everyone, enter the concept layer. Before the faint effect of the energy nova level shock on everyone could fade, the remaining half of them had a voice in their minds. Everyone's expression froze. After a moment, they put on a determined and strong expression. But now that they were temporarily blind, they could not gather. Each of them used their own means to tear the barrier of the concept layer and plunged into it. Behind the tear, there was a burst of vast energy impact. Although it was only for a moment, we could still see it clearly. The destination is right in front. Hui, when you get there, go to the concept layer. They need your power there. Without you, they can't suppress it. Got it. Hui hurriedly responded. Only then did he remember to look up ahead. The huge vortex of chaotic energy was right in front of him. At this moment, all the chaotic energy had entered a state of semi-paralysis. In fact, he did not need to accompany them on this last part of the journey. It was just that he was not at ease. Maple probably knew that he was not at ease, so he asked him to watch him enter the core of the chaotic domain before leaving. That would be another distorted scene that separated the real world. The distorted domain was the core of the enemy, what would happen in there, and what they would face, except for Yun Nuashing. Probably no one knew. Bang! The arrow formed by order energy suddenly collided with the solid space in front of them and exploded into energy particles. Yun Nuashing and Huey's figures instantly froze. They had arrived at their destination. Although they could not see anything in front of them, it was just a blank space, as if nothing existed. Hui swallowed his saliva and looked at Yun Nuashing. He said calmly, "Maple, then I'll send you here. You're always so adventurous. Come back alive." Yun Nuashing sneered. She patted Huey's shoulder and said, "You're the one. Watch the concept layer carefully. If you can't suppress it in 2 hours, I'll despise you." TSK. Hui rolled his eyes fiercely. He turned around and rushed into the concept layer. Watching as Hui disappeared before his eyes, Yun Nuashing also took in a deep breath and slowly walked forward. This time, the space that shattered the domain of order didn't erupt with any power to stop them, allowing them to enter as they wished, as though it was welcoming their arrival. Chapter 1646. It was as if he was walking in a quagmire. His body was being resisted by the power of chaos, and his footsteps were restricted. light no longer existed, and there was only darkness in front of him. It was like the darkness and nothingness before the beginning of the world. The realm of chaos. Yun Nuoshing did not know what was inside. He could not guess what it was, and had never seen it before. This should be the thickest power of chaos that he had ever faced in his life. It was comparable to the god of origin, and it was a life that had existed since the beginning of the great origin realm, just like them. By the way, this was what she had told him after their last hurried meeting. Even though the process was a little rough, a faint light appeared in front of him, and Yun Nuoshing turned his attention. This faint light was still unable to capture his figure, and he was immersed in the darkness that rejected light, so he could not make a sound of surprise. Just a thought flashed through his mind, and he began to walk in that direction. The thought of moving forward appeared in his mind, and the vision in front of him began to change. The faint light was approaching him bit by bit, and it began to expand. The surrounding scenery gradually became clearer. He could see that he was walking out of a long passage, and there was only a chaotic scene outside the passage. Nothing existed. The moment his vision left the passage, a flickering white light suddenly occupied his entire vision and expanded violently. When the white light dissipated, Yun Nuoshing put down his hand that was covering the light and looked ahead. Everything had taken shape. The light drifting in the chaos. This is the real realm of chaos. Yun Nuoshing murmured in his heart. The thoughts of moving, changing, observing, and so on that were just thoughts. Commanding that thought to come here was just a process of entering the domain of chaos. At this moment, he had truly stepped through the process of entering the domain of chaos and arrived in the true domain of chaos. It was a dark space that lacked light. It was a very large space, and the surrounding ground and walls were made of some kind of metal. The walls were made of an unknown material, and there were lines of blue and green patterns on the walls. These patterns also showed no signs of modification, as if the ground formed by the metal was cut into thousands of irregular regions. The surging light was the only light in this dark space, and it released a light that made him feel uncomfortable. Even though it was just a ray of light, it carried the aura of the chaotic energy. The entire space was like this, and it made him feel very uncomfortable. A realm of chaos that distorts reality and directly shapes it. The king's palace. No, even if the realm of chaos was formed with the king's palace as the center, there was no trace of the king's palace here. This was a space that was forcefully projected into the real world by the chaotic energy through distorting all the laws and order of the real world. The king's palace had probably been distorted into this scene by the chaotic energy. It was a strange space, a real space formed by thoughts, chaos, and energy. There were many huge cylinders around the space that did not seem to be for decoration. They were placed around the space like pillars, but they were not connected to the ceiling of unknown height. The deeper into the space, the bigger the structure of the cylinders. The blue and green patterns on the cylinders gradually deepened in color. There's a bad aura at the top. The little angel whispered in his soul, "Perhaps the enemy is up there." Yun Nuoshing nodded. He could also feel that the aura of primal chaos was slowly coming down from above the space that was filled with a strange aura, causing this already strange space to look even more oppressive. "Welcome, heir of the origin." His eyes that were sizing up a little turned cold the moment he heard the voice. He quickly put away all irrelevant emotions and slowly looked up. In the middle of the huge space, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. The figure was half shrouded in the aura of chaos. He could only see the size of the figure, but he could not see its specific appearance. It was a shadow-like thing. "Although it's a little late, we finally meet here." The voice of the chaos shadow was filled with noise that could not be recognized by the senses and ears. It was like the echoing noise that was often heard in the void, the sound of countless things being destroyed and left behind by the laws. Come, let's have a good talk. A low rumble suddenly came from beneath his feet. The ground trembled. Yun Nuoshing glanced at the ground beneath his feet from the corner of his eyes. A square pillar that was cut by blue patterns was buried underground. It was lifting him up towards the depths of the space where he could not see the top. What a good match, whether it's for them or for us. It's no wonder that it would think that you are a rather interesting character. Could it be that you have something to do with the origin, or are you like us? The figure floating in the middle of the air spread its arms and slowly landed on the huge pillar that kept rising. In the depths of the space, there were even more huge pillars on the walls. Those so-called walls were actually pillars of various shapes and sizes. The deeper one went, the fewer pillars were of the same height. The walls were receding bit by bit to both sides, and the space became wider. Withdrawing his gaze that still could not see anything, Yun Nuoshing looked at the person before him and said softly, You people, what are you? People call us chaos, equating us with chaos, just like how people mistake them for order. However, it's just a matter of concept. It slowly descended, and the aura of chaos swirled around its body like a spiral, like a dark flame that kept flapping. And just like how they have never denied it, you can also think that we are chaos. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes. Nonsense. It doesn't seem like it. Its symbolic meaning is the same as the heavenly god of origin, and its position is described by the void as some kind of agent, such a kind of existence. However, it is indeed the same as the heavenly god of origin, a collective of chaos with them as the center. Just like that demonic shadow, there are actually many things like it in the void. Your existence has attracted the attention of the void, and our attention. There was a hint of interest in its voice. Yun Nuoshing could feel a sense of disgust lingering on his body. Its attention fell on him, and it was observing him. So, as a temporary representative, I ask you this question on behalf of us. Are you willing to give up your identity as order, transform into chaos, and act out this drama with us? Yun Nuoshing furrowed his brows. Why do I have to make such a choice? Is there a reason and a need? You just have to answer yes or no. Yun Nuoshing pursed his lips, crossed his arms, and said faintly, Please allow me to refuse. A black light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, blocking his vision for a moment. Yun Nuoshing was slightly startled, and the figure in front of him had disappeared. When he was about to use his senses to capture its existence, he suddenly felt its presence 1 meter behind him. With its back facing him, it seemed to be laughing faintly, and its voice was echoing with a complicated sound. As I expected, this is very normal and also very normal. However, order or chaos is just a kind of standpoint to you. Using it as a guide, the result will eventually lead to the same place. This void will also exist, but in a different form. Why would you refuse? I'm very curious. In the era where they have already passed away, struggling and hanging on in the cracks, is it for the satisfaction of deceiving themselves? Or do you think that the idea of being born for order and chaos is the opposite? Would you also have the same thought? Yun Nuoshing looked ahead and said faintly, It has nothing to do with that. Standpoint and whatnot, that's all. As for why, he turned his head and glanced at its back. It's just that you guys are late. What a simple answer. A dull sound, like the sound of a ship that had reached the shore and was forcefully stabilizing itself on both sides of the dock. As the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled, Yun Nuoshing felt that his ascension had stopped. Right above him was still a blurry white light, and he could not see anything. The surrounding walls had retreated to a place that was at least 1,000 miles away. The place where the distorted laws were born from a dream, the meaning, forget it, there's no point in thinking about it now. As he thought about it, he slowly pulled out the nether void sword. Since the hostility had already appeared, there was no point in saying more. If that's the case, it turned around and glanced at Yun Nuwa planet. Suddenly, it seemed to laugh coldly. Its body slowly floated backward. The aura of primal chaos suddenly surged. In the name of primal chaos, we will treat you as our enemy and eliminate you. Looking back, a cold light with destructive power reflected everything in this space. The nether void sword swept across the platform with a huge wave of energy. Yun Nuwashing's eyes shone with a solid light, and his body instantly melted into the void. No one could see his movements clearly. It seemed like he was just gently pointing at the space, and the tsunami-like wave of destruction exploded in the next moment. The presence of chaos around his body swept across the space behind him like a whip, but he suddenly lowered his head in an instant. His palms suddenly stretched out in front of him, and the destructive power of chaos appeared. The dark clouds suddenly surged in front of it. The moment it came into contact with the clouds, they turned into colorful energy of order and wrapped around its left hand, causing it to fiercely turn around. The first thing it did was launch an attack behind it. Over there, Yun Nuwashing's figure appeared from under its whip. His body, surrounded by two types of order energy, shot out in a dazzling burst of energy. His two azure wings trembled, and hundreds of spell formations overlapped on them. He fell like a meteor, and the nether void sword in his hand fell with destructive power. Bang! The great sword slammed into the platform, shattering countless fragments of laws and space, scattering them in all directions. Smoke and dust filled the air, and his figure suddenly appeared outside the smoke like the black cloud. Just as he raised his hand to command the chaos energy, the light flowing around his body suddenly paused, and a destructive power covered in chaos energy suddenly surged out of the smoke and dust, turning into a thunderous pillar of energy that shot towards his face. The whip around his body appeared next to the pillar of energy, and the latter suddenly froze. With a strange sound of energy vibrating, it suddenly disappeared into nothingness. The energy is ineffective, or is it some kind of energy command attack? The smoke and dust suddenly scattered, and Yun Nuwashing quickly walked out with the nether void sword in hand. He frowned as he looked at the chaos demon and muttered to himself. His two energy attacks were useless, and he couldn't sense any destructive energy. It was as if his attacks had been simply canceled out. How surprising! It looked at Yun Nuwashing, who was walking out with the nether void sword, and spoke with a voice that was mixed with noise. Are you really blessed by the origin, and not one of us? The power of chaos in your body is more powerful than theirs. You even fooled me for a moment. I was born from the void of order. At least I can be sure of that. But if you want to go back to the past. Yun Nuwashing held the nether void sword in his right hand, his eyes cold. Sorry, if I have to go back to the past, I don't know what I was at that time, so I don't intend to pay attention to it for now. Is that so? It laughed carelessly. An intense sense of danger suddenly appeared in Yun Nuwashing's mind, and his eyes widened. He quickly raised the nether void sword, and the energy of order surged wildly. In an instant, the chaos demon's face suddenly appeared in front of him, occupying his entire vision. He didn't feel anything during the entire process. It was as if time paused for a moment, and the chaos demon used that moment to appear here. You can use the power of order that you're so proud of to kill me. The chaos demon reached out his hand and placed it on the nether void sword. The power of order that was about to explode suddenly went berserk, and the power of the origin surged out of his body uncontrollably, gathering madly on the nether void sword in front of him. Bang! The collision between the two order energies ended as soon as it began. A destructive force emerged and then was annihilated. An unreasonable force suddenly descended upon Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing's vision blurred for a moment before he was sent flying by the huge force. In just an instant, he crashed into a wall that was thousands of miles away. TSK, that wasn't a good fight at all. Yun Nuoshing pursed his lips in annoyance and used his upper body to dig himself out of the wall. He was literally slapped onto the wall. From the moment he attacked until now, well, he didn't understand at all. He didn't know if it was because it was his first time fighting a battle of this level, or because he was in the domain of chaos, or because of the power of order. Either way, he was still confused after 10 rounds. Slowly rising from the dust, Yun Nuoshing waved his hand, and the nether void sword floated around his body and circled around him. He then took a deep breath, and all the energy he could control in his body began to boil steadily. It's just a shadow. If you're here in your true form, I'll start flipping the cards. But now isn't the time. That's right. That chaos demon was just a shadow, and probably not in its true form like the one in the graveyard of gods and demons. However, since it appeared here, and the domain of chaos was here, its true form might be in the depths of this domain, but it was fiddling with something there, and not in its true form. You're quite adaptable. You can even wield their power like it's your own arm, but it's a pity that this isn't your power. That mysterious energy whips came from thousands of miles away, slamming heavily into the wall and rapidly closing in on him, attacking him from all directions and trapping him in the middle. That feeling again, the energy that was surging suddenly stagnated, as if it was affected by some mysterious energy, and he couldn't control the energy in his body well. It even interfered with his pure energy form, and there was an unusual feeling as if his body was here, but his soul was out of control, a feeling of paralysis. It probably did something, and thought that he was greatly restricted. Those few heavy attacks weren't that fast, and he could easily dodge them. But the problem was after that, if he was chased around and attacked for no reason, he would be annoyed to death. Whether it was the energy attacks or the physical attacks, they were just right to make him feel a little pain. Overall, it was very disgusting, and he didn't know if this was one of the tactics it was using to stall. Looking at the huge whips that were coming at him from all directions, Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh and suppressed the other origin energies that were surging in his body, leaving only one or two energies, and then, boom! The dazzling red and black energy burst out from the huge wall with a destructive force. The dazzling light illuminated the dark space as if the sun had descended. It raised its head and looked at the red and black energy ball. Suddenly, it turned around. A barrier made of chaos energy appeared as it pushed its palm forward. The purplish-black cold light that cut through the void with endless destructive power landed heavily on the barrier. The power that was several times stronger than before shook the hand that was holding the shield, and the scene that appeared behind the nether void sword stunned him. Dozens of overlapping magic circles were shining with the light of order. The power of order was so condensed that it even felt a little apprehensive. Energy. Shut up! Just as he was about to do something, Yun Nuoshing's figure appeared from behind the magic circles. She let go of the nether void sword, and the power of dozens of magic circles gathered in her right hand and punched out with a force that was several hundred times stronger than before, and a destructive power burst out at the same time. Hundreds of small magic circles roared with a uniform destructive power, and a vast red and black energy exploded on the spot. He was sent flying, and the chaos energy in his body rippled as a result. No matter how fast the attack was, part of the energy was still interfered with. Otherwise, the attack would not have just knocked him back. Don't you like to interfere with my energy? Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath, and the overlapping magic circles behind her scattered and arranged themselves in a net shape in the space behind her. The size of the net expanded from the size of a palm to tens of thousands of feet in just a few breaths, and the other energies that were suppressed in her body surged wildly again. An invisible strange feeling came from this space again, and Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly. This time, she clearly felt the essence of the strange feeling that was suppressing her energy. It was a power that limited the opponent's power of order. In other words, it was an order to attack. The number of times she used it was not particularly high, and it was only effective when the opponent's power of order was a certain distance away from her. Obviously, its command attack was very effective against her. A few simple commands had taken out half of her energy and limited 90% of her energy attack. However, Yun Nuoshing was mentally prepared for this, taking advantage of the moment when the opponent habitually used its command attack to suppress her energy, and she was distracted. Yun Nuoshing roared, and the energy in his body boiled. He summoned all the magic circles that were hidden in the void, and before the opponent could suppress her energy in time, he immediately used a huge amount of energy. It was an energy attack that only worked for a split second, and because it only worked for a split second, she used the move that she was most familiar with and could use as a focus attack. In just a split second, 1/3 of the magic circles that covered the entire space lost its connection, and the number was still increasing rapidly, and it was also desperately interfering with her energy. Creation of the void, chaos, falling stars. Less than 2/3 of the magic circles that could still move suddenly burst out with all their energy, and endless origin energy mixed with the power of order gushed towards the figure that was still floating in the air. The destructive energy that came from dozens of directions blasted towards it, and it was in a difficult situation. The light of chaos on its body surged rapidly, and before it could form a barrier of chaos, it was pressed into the bathhouse of the void by thousands of energy beams. Chapter 1647. Yun Nuoshing's hands and feet were tied due to the difference in the realm of rules and order. It was mainly because the way the Chaos Spectre used its power made him feel disgusted and uncomfortable. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a feeling. When he was fighting with the others, even though his order and rules were weaker than his opponents, he had never seen them use such a method to disgust him. Perhaps compared to a normal attack, a command attack that was not destructive and offensive was more like a defensive attack. That was because it required a lot of energy to restrain the enemy. Every trace of the enemy's energy contained its will and consciousness. Although it was only a part of its will, if it really wanted to use a command attack to restrain the enemy, it was equivalent to suppressing the enemy's will and consciousness. Speaking of which, it was a little too much for a Yuanshi realm to defend against a peak origin. Defend? Yun Nuoshing was a little stunned. He looked at the place in front of him that was surrounded by a red and black ball of destructive energy. He could not help but frown. Could it be that the Chaos Spectre intended to defend from the beginning and did not intend to have a real fight with him? That was why it kept using such a disgusting method. Damn it! He was fooled. It was obviously stalling for time, but he almost wanted to take it seriously. Well, if he did not take it seriously, he would not know how to get rid of this rock that was blocking his way. Then let's have a serious fight. Let's see if the Chaos Spectre could restrain him faster, or if he could use his energy attack faster. The concept layer of rules. To a self-constructed, independent, and closed world and space, the concept layer of rules and the heart of the world were equivalent to the brain and heart of the human body. Once there was a problem with these two things, the entire space would show obvious abnormalities. And if it collapsed, well, then it could be declared dead and carried away in a coffin. Therefore, No one would bother with those two things, even if they had nothing better to do. If something were to happen, the entire dimension would collapse, unless something really happened, just like what was happening right now. The originally silent dimension, the originally dark and void space, was now trembling because of the violent energy flashes. The energies of order and chaos were colliding without any restrictions or hindrances, unleashing a power that was far beyond 100%. The annihilation of the energies had illuminated the entire dimension into a pale white, almost turning the polar night into polar day. To engage in such an unbridled battle in the concept layer of laws, if it weren't for the layer of order barrier and the energy network that spread throughout the concept layer of laws to maintain the stability of this place, the space in the real world would have long been torn apart by the shock waves. Hui held up the sacred realm of order, stabilizing the concept layer of rules and suppressing the chaos energy that was spreading towards them. Not far ahead of him, a planet-sized chaos spawn was in a fierce battle with the warriors of order. Bright energy flashes of light shone in the pure darkness of the battlefield. A large number of chaos spawns have appeared in the deep space. The defense on the side is slightly damaged. Quickly send people to defend and continue to expand the range of the realm of order. The power of order has been severely suppressed. If you want the power of order to spread, you have to get rid of that big guy blocking the way first. Every time we just set up the rules of order, it would shatter them into biscuits with one punch. Its influence is too great. Everyone, find some time to focus fire on that big guy blocking the way. Right now, the realm of order is less than 60% complete. If this drags on, before the realm of order is fully formed, we will be beaten up by the chaos energy that came to support us first. Sensing the collapse of the concept layer of rules, the gathering of chaos energy in the distance, Lord Hui, the destructive force of the rules of chaos, has arrived. Everyone defend. Assist Lord Hui in defending. Looking past the big guy blocking the way, Hui saw that in the dark space behind him, there were huge pieces of completely indecipherable patterns that looked like patterns woven by some language. Chaos language. Maple's voice suddenly rang out in Huey's mind, startling him. This was not Maple's voice in his mind, but a weak resonance caused by some kind of communication between the two divine roles. In other words, this was from Maple's perspective of an observer, the feeling of looking at this thing with his knowledge, and then through the resonance between the two divine roles, the information was sent to him. This was the result of the adjustment that the two of them had made not long ago. He did not expect that it would come in handy now. At this moment, that guy did not have the time to chat with him. Yep, he even thoughtfully sent him a bunch of information. At first glance, these 4 words were easy to understand, but what these 4 words represented gave him a headache. To put it simply, it was first-generation divine language, chaotic version. As expected of an enemy from the same era as the origin heavenly God, this was simply something that could take his life. Hui suppressed the thoughts in his mind in an instant. He raised the guardian shield in front of him and shook it forcefully. Holy barrier. The chaos energy condensed by the huge chaos language suddenly burst out, turning into a huge dark energy flow that was as large as the galaxy, crossing the distance of the concept layer of the rules and instantly blasting on his holy barrier. In just a blink of an eye, he saw that the golden lightning on the barrier had all dimmed, leaving only a layer of barrier in front of him. In an instant, it was on the verge of collapse, and a large number of cracks broke open. This thing is really strong. Hui gritted his teeth against the holy barrier. Even his hand that was holding the shield could feel the pressure on the barrier. He took the time to grab the guardian sword and thrust it into the ground beside his feet. The sacred power of order erupted from his body like a storm, spreading throughout the entire realm of order. Order resonance. The holy barrier that almost collapsed upon contact was suddenly supported by an energy from the entire realm of order. Using the nature of the two opposing powers of order, it neutralized the huge dark energy flow. However, it would also aggravate the energy annihilation at the boundary of the confrontation. From this point of view, it might kill the guy who was holding the shield at the front. But at this moment, he was the one who was standing at the front, so the effect in this aspect was negligible. Even if this level of energy annihilation was magnified 1,000,000 times, it would not be able to kill him. But he could hold on for a while, as long as possible. Either he could hold on until the chaos energy was extinguished first, or the thing that was emitting the energy was taken out by his own people. Yep, even if he was the strongest shield in the world of order, the current order void, it was impossible to expect him to be unscathed. Just think about how Maple had used God's language, and the first God's language to deal with those gods. Apart from those gods who were above average, just how many of them were still unscathed? Boom! The sound of destruction, accompanied by a violent impact, exploded in front of his eyes at the same time. Hui felt that both his eyes and ears were hit by a fatal attack at the same time. He quickly took a few steps back to neutralize the impact that was coming at him. Seeing that his holy barrier was holding its ground, Joshua decisively chose to detonate the chaos energy all at once. Just a little bit more, and his holy barrier would have been destroyed. Look, now there was only a layer of energy barrier that was not even as thick as a biscuit in front of him. Furthermore, he had used order resonance this time. The energy in the realm of order had been depleted by at least 1/5. Maple, this mission is a little too difficult. I can still hold on for 2 hours. But how can I suppress this place in 2 hours? We could not help but smile bitterly. He could not possibly rush out with the Guardian sword and the Guardian shield, could he? He was just a guy who could take a beating. Looking ahead, there was a dense swarm of chaos spawns, walking towards them like a walking army of nightmares. There was also the big guy at the front who was as tough as him and who was good at fighting. However, the biggest threat was still the attack from the chaos character. That thing almost destroyed his divine barrier. Before it came out, they had been fighting for half an hour, but they had not suffered any damage. I should be able to destroy that thing, but the current situation seems to be that thing is hiding behind us. It's still accumulating energy. Looking at how it's glowing, it will be able to kill us in less than 10 minutes. It's hiding behind the entire nightmare army, and right in front of it, there's a door god that he would have to spend some time to deal with alone. To get past such heavy firepower and get rid of that chaos character. Does it really think that I'm Maple, the guy who's unparalleled in other people's territories? He was just a shield. And if he left, what would happen to this realm of order? Energy tower array, rearranged. The recovery of order energy is slow. Gather all the energy of the energy towers. From now on, the energy towers will not launch any energy attacks. Turn them into energy gathering mode. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They turned to Hui and saw him holding a shield and a sword in one hand. Then they looked at him as if he had made a decision. They were silent for a moment. Yes, God. Energy towers into energy gathering mode. Remove all restrictions on the energy towers. Prepare to overload. Change to crystals. Take out the biggest trump card. Throw it all in. If it's broken, rebuild it. You guys deal with the energy towers first. I'll go out and kill a wave to buy you some time. Execute the law. Let's go out for a spin. Burn, kill, loot, set on fire. Kill. The soldiers of the god realm were fearless. As long as Lord Hui was still standing here, thinking and fighting, they could continue to exert their strength to the limit until they used up every last strand of energy they had. Holy barrier, solid defense. Hui used all his strength to smash the shield in front of him. After thinking about it, he simply threw the shield on the ground. He took out a long cloak from his storage device and put it on. Holding the sword with both hands, he tilted his head and smiled at Jing Yuanji. "Look at me. Don't I look like Maple?" Jing Yuanji was stunned. "Lord Hui, Lord Maple's essence and appearance are different from yours. No matter how I look at you, you don't look like him. In essence, in aura, you don't look like him. TCH, I'm not really that lunatic." Hui grinned. He was just a shield anyway. Even if a shield could be used as a weapon, it would not become a spear. He raised the sword in his right hand in front of his eyes. "Anyway, I'm just learning. At times like this, I need Maple to be here. If Maple isn't here, then I'll just let someone else become Maple." "Learn?" Mei Mao's eyes flashed when she heard that. Just as she was about to say something, Lord Hui continued, "I'll leave this place to you. I'll go out for a walk." "Right, this is a rare opportunity. You guys should prepare that thing in the energy tower. Treat it as a test of your power. Fighting these things stronger than the abyssal death, mist spawn, should give you some good experience. Gather the energy in the energy tower and aim it at that gray symbol in 10 minutes. That's all. We'll take care of the rest. I'll leave it to you." Jing Yuanji called out softly. Lord Hui had already rushed out. In less than 2 seconds, a vast holy energy storm appeared in the space in front of them, dispersing the darkness of the concept layer of rules. The big guy blocking the way also turned away from his action of smashing the order domain. Seeing that Lord Hui was trying his best to divert the attention of the big guy and the chaos spawn, Jing Yuanji sighed softly. Lord Hui and Lord Maple are a little similar sometimes. Both like to mess around. It's just that the two of them are not together. Otherwise, the concept layer of rules this time, well, Lord Maple would have probably already broken through it. In the dim space where dark blue and green light alternately illuminated, 2 figures wrapped in dark energy crisscrossed in the space, leaving a series of violent destructive energy movements. One of the black figures was even surrounded by colorful energy. The 2 energies displayed from his body were constantly mixing, stimulating, and bursting out energy that was on the verge of going out of control. However, he maintained this edge of going out of control without suddenly trembling, like a sun that was about to be destroyed but still steadily radiating the sunlight. Clang! The purple-black greatsword wrapped in colorful energy and a huge 5-fingered claw fiercely clashed. A series of metal clanging sounds rang out, and 2 colored energy sparks flew out. The 2 formless energies, bringing with them an immense sense of oppression, violently collided in the air. The space around the 2 of them was completely distorted into the appearance of a huge vortex. The energies of order and chaos violently clashed and annihilated each other. Waves of energy that could split the galaxy in half exploded one after another. Boom, boom. The destructive energy movements bombarded the 2 of them, causing the 2 figures that were crisscrossing rapidly to freeze at the same time. They burst out with a huge force and sent each other flying. After that, they turned into black figures and charged at each other. In the blink of an eye, there was only the sound of countless destructive energies exploding in this dim space like stormy waves. Many of the pillars near the wall had already been blown apart and fell into the abyss below. "Come." Yun Nuoshing waved his hand toward the void. Groups of energy formations suddenly appeared and surrounded him. After a short delay, tens of thousands of formations suddenly burst out with destructive energy impact, pouring down like a rain of energy. His figure crisscrossed in the place where the energy rain poured down like a ghost. He pointed at the space in front of him a few times, and a piece of dark, unknown pattern suddenly appeared. all the energy within 100 feet around him was withdrawn completely, and he made use of the gaps in the dense, destructive energy to dodge. This can't go on. He can't hurt you, but you can't hurt him either. If you continue to consume energy, you will exhaust your energy first. I know, but, of course, Yun Nuoshing understood the words of the little angel, but there was an endless loop in his mind. If he used all his strength to fight this shadow now, how was he going to deal with the real body later? If he used up all his trump cards now, how was he going to deal with the rest? This wasn't the realm of the gods. Boom! The violent energy of chaos exploded in front of him. The energy of order and chaos interfered with nearly half of the energy in his body, causing his body to stiffen for a moment. Taking advantage of this time, the chaos shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Its huge black claw pressed against his face and slammed him into the wall behind him. From the beginning until now, there were already 7 or 8 shadows of him imprinted on the wall behind him. Now I'm irritable, very irritable. Amidst the billowing dust, Yun Nuoshing pulled himself out of the wall once again. The violent and frenzied exchange of blows, the sudden energy impact, the sudden energy interference, and being slammed into the wall all of a sudden. This cycle had already repeated 7 or 8 times. He was getting a little impatient, and this was not a good time to drag on. He could not see what was going to happen next, and there was no need to talk about keeping his trump cards. The meaning of a trump card was the moment when the cards were flipped. With a whoosh, the chaos shadow's figure tore through the dust and charged towards him. A huge black claw of a tree viciously stabbed at him. Sinful whisper, soul-piercing. A red-black energy ring suddenly exploded from Yun Nuoshing's body and spread across the entire space without any delay. In an instant, all the energy in the space froze as if time and space were frozen in place. The shadow was also nailed in the air, unable to move. Its huge claw was only 2 inches away from touching Yun Nuoshing's forehead, but it was frozen in place. It could be seen that the shadow was trembling and struggling, wanting to move but completely unable to do so. Yun Nuoshing slowly stood up and slowly took the nether void sword from the side. He held it high in front of the shadow, gathering energy madly. Unfortunately, there were no details on the shadow's face. Apart from its nose, he could not see any other facial features. Otherwise, he might be able to see a faint expression of fear. Even if there was no fear, it would be nice to see the shadow's expression now. He wanted to see how the shadow's eyes would look like nether void firmament / a sword ray that contained order, and chaos surged out of the nether void sword with a power that could split the primordial realm apart. As Yun Nuoshing's sword penetrated the shadow's body, a wave of mottled sword ray erupted from its back, tearing a crack in the wall that led to nothingness. The entire chaos domain shook and almost collapsed. *TU, letting go of the nether void sword. Yun Nuoshing's arm, which was covered in hundreds of layers of formations, roared and punched out viciously, sending the shadow flying. As it flew backwards, the mottled energy ring exploded. The explosion of energy caused the shadow to fly backwards at a speed tens of thousands of times faster than the speed at which it had pasted Yun Nuoshing onto the wall. In a flash, it was embedded into the wall. He had purposely aimed and did not let the shadow fall into nothingness. This is your own power, or is it their power? Amidst the billowing dust, the chaos fiend shadow's figure appeared to be faintly illusory. Yun Nuoshing held the nether void sword and quickly walked up to it. Hearing its words, he couldn't help but sneer. Take a guess. Your evil expression is exactly the same as theirs. Yun Nuoshing was shocked when he heard that, but he was relieved after a moment. After all, the older the monsters in the void were, the more likely they were to be like the old urchin. He was an accident, an exception, and not a representative. Therefore, he was not surprised at all when he heard it say that the primordial god looked like this. He even wanted to see them show off. Crack. The sound of something shattering drew Yun Nuoxing's attention. He raised his head and looked in front of him. His left arm, which had been touched by his power of order, suddenly broke into pieces and fell to the ground. The cut marks left by the Nethervoid sword that fell neatly from the middle released the power of order, which began to spread to the surroundings. The pieces fell off like a broken porcelain doll. Ha ha! You win this round, heir of the primordial god. It suddenly laughed in a low voice. It was just a shadow, and the main body was probably relying on this shadow to size him up. It's rare for you to be chosen by us, but you've personally given up this qualification. If something happens in this world that you can't change, I wonder if you'll feel despair. Despair? Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows slightly and replied with a strange expression. Can't you tell? What? It's nothing. Looks like you don't know. Then it's fine. Yun Nuoxing chuckled softly. He turned around and walked deeper into the chaos domain. Order and chaos. You said it yourself. To me, it's just a matter of standpoint. I'm still attached to the world of order, so I won't choose chaos. Give it up. There's nothing to say. However, from my personal standpoint, there's no difference whether I choose order or chaos. To me, whether it's them or you, all of you are evidence of the existence of absurdity itself, and I'm the biggest wrong joke in this world, in this void. There's nothing to say from the start, so let's not talk nonsense when we fight later. Watching him walk away step by step, the ethereal words echoed softly in its ears. Before it was completely shattered, it seemed to understand what he meant when he said, I don't know. So that's how it is. Interesting. You are indeed very interesting. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand without turning back as a response. He stood on the pillar that brought him to this height and lightly stomped his foot. Annihilation energy spread out, and the platform trembled as a response, bringing him slowly deeper into the chaos domain. Annihilation energy, phew, if the true form of the specter was here, that's going to be difficult. After all, it only used pure non-order energy from the start. Its level is similar to origin energy and annihilation energy, but it's still lacking something of a higher level. Without divinity, rules, and order, it is also lacking by a level. Only the level of the energy itself is comparable to that level of energy intensity. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief. I didn't expect it to take so much effort. There's a gap between order and order. It can't be helped that it's suppressed. The little angel sighed softly. The energy was powerful enough, but the specter itself was still a little weak. Was it really going to fight against that kind of enemy in such a state? There'll be a way, probably. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and looked up at the blurry white light that was slowly rising and getting closer. He took a deep breath. Up ahead. I don't know what will be there. Chapter 1648. The blurry white light seemed to be a phenomenon formed by a mass of chaotic air born from the void itself. If one used their eyes to identify it, they would recognize it as a ray of light. If one used their senses to touch it, they would be able to perceive its essence, a mass of chaotic rules. It wanted to evolve something, but just as it was about to evolve something, it froze in place and did not do anything. In the dark space, dark blue and green rays of light shone through the walls and under their feet. They merged with the light that belonged to the rules, causing the space to become even darker. The rays of light were messily rubbed together and then casually thrown into this space like a ball of garbage. The eyes that captured the light could vaguely see some fragments that were formed by rules and concepts floating in the air. It was a wasteland, an empty space. There was nothing to speak of. It's been a long time. Are we not there yet? Yin Nuashing muttered to himself. He stood up from the ground and paced around the platform. This platform had been rising for more than half an hour. The surrounding space expanded to a certain extent and stopped expanding. The pillars could no longer be seen. The only pillar left in his line of sight was the one under his feet. It was constantly rising, and he did not know when it would reach the end. Looking down from the edge of the platform, he could no longer see anything. Only the pillar itself surrounded the darkness below and rose up alone. The faint light emitted by the walls thousands of miles away made the darkness and loneliness even more intense. This was the domain of chaos. This space was constructed by it. He had no way of knowing what it looked like. Observing himself from an independent perspective, he could tell that he was indeed rising along with the pillar. The long distance in the middle was not used to deceive his senses and cognition. This was the only thing he could be sure of. As for how big the space was, he did not know. He could not see it. I wonder how he is doing. 2 hours should be. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh and muttered to himself in his heart. Siyu and Qing Huang shouldn't have caused any trouble for Yuanji, right? Little Angel glanced at him and said lightly, You must have confidence in them. I have confidence in Qing Huang. I also have confidence in Siyu, confidence in her ability to cause trouble. Little Angel, that girl was indeed a little lively. When they first met, she was clearly a polite little lady. After a while, she began to cause trouble. Her true nature was undoubtedly exposed. Clang, dong. Some kind of strange and dull sound came from the bottom of his feet and the surrounding space, causing Yin Nuashing to raise his eyes slightly and look around. There was no change in the space, but the strange sound of something connecting made him pay attention. Looking at it from the perspective of an observer, he found that he had come to another space that was a little different from the rules and concepts of the space he was in just now. Although he had come to another place, in front of him, well, there were still some small changes. A planar structure that looked like a honeycomb was displayed in front of him. It looked like divine runes and magic formations were woven together. As the platform continued to rise, he could better see the full picture of this strange structure. The higher he went, the clearer he could see. Behind the honeycomb planar structure, there were 2 or 3 rings of different sizes. If this thing was a magic formation, well, he could not sense the energy reaction of the magic formation at all. There was also no concept or law of magic formation in it. However, it did not look like some kind of divine rune. Chaos. Only the energy aura of chaos remained unchanged. In any case, it was impossible for any energy other than chaos energy to appear in this damned place. The orange-gold honeycomb arrays and rings moved in an orderly clockwise and counterclockwise direction in this space. Occasionally, they would turn 360 degrees. A huge ring touched the platform under his feet as it spun. Out of curiosity, he reached out and touched it. However, he did not feel anything. There was only a faint trace of chaos energy that slipped through his hand. He had probably come to a very deep place. There were even more arrays and formations. He did not know when, but the space below him had been taken over by these things. The white clouds of chaos above him were still there. However, there were more arrays in front of him. These arrays definitely did not appear before. Either they only appeared after he came here, or it had just completed this space. It let him wander in the chaos domain for so long because it was still urgently processing this unfinished space. It was trying to stall for time. Nonsense. He was just imagining things. However, it did not matter which situation it was. Something else appeared in front of him. It was not those arrays that were condensed by energy. It was something that actually existed and had a volume. It was a huge floating island. Its craggy bottom first appeared in his eyes. It was like a mountain range with countless mountains turned upside down in front of him. The floating island was not particularly big. It was about the size of 1 or 2/3 of a big city. Therefore, when he saw the bottom of the island, it only took him 2 or 3 minutes to see the surface of the floating island. Clang! When the platform of pillars reached the same level as the surface of the floating island, it stopped. It was like the sound of a ship being anchored. Yun Nuoshing turned around and looked behind him. He did not think much and walked forward. In front of him was a huge floating island. The space in this position had expanded again. The orange-gold array did not dispel the dark color of the land in front of him. So, it was still dark in front of him. Not only that, the buildings in the land were green and dark blue. They looked a little cold. It made him feel like he had walked into the damned hall of hell. He was familiar with that place. Also, that hall was deliberately decorated like that. He did not know why. Originally, stop. Although the scene in front of him made him feel a little nostalgic, this was not the time to do that. These should be the buildings of the king's palace. Yun Nuoshing said to the little angel in his soul, the architectural style is a little like the June throne and the Spirit King's palace. Almost all the buildings looked like the style of a palace, or a grand hall. According to the style of the king's palace, it should be shining with golden light. It should be magnificent and full of golden light. However, the cold style in front of him, it was probably because of the dark blue and green energy traces that climbed up these buildings. It was like some ancient vines that grew along the buildings. At the same time, it also changed the appearance of the buildings. He patted his head. The golden light appeared in front of him. His vision suddenly changed. The cold color faded away. The whole city was shining with golden light. It was as if there were golden clouds in the sky. This looked more familiar. It was indeed the style of the king's palace. The place where the king's palace was originally located has now been completely occupied by the energy of chaos. Little angel, Mei Mao flapped her fan and whispered, assimilated, probably occupied. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and said, the energy of chaos swallowed everything in front of it into its body. It turned the original pure energy, even the life energy, into the nutrients of the energy of chaos. Therefore, the situation in front of us, in an easy way, is that the energy of chaos has been contaminated and transformed. However, it still has some of its own characteristics. If it was completely assimilated, there should only be pure dark energy of chaos in this big city. But now, it has not reached that level yet. Walking in this empty and silent big city, where even the color of the scenery was cold and gloomy, the little angel felt strange, even though she was hiding in her soul. She could not help but use her wings to cover herself. She even hurriedly rolled herself up with a blanket. Yun Nuoshing could only smile bitterly at this girl's ostrich-like behavior. He continued to walk forward calmly. However, his walking speed was obviously faster than before. He was also shivering. If something suddenly appeared at this moment, he would definitely be shocked. He was here to fight, not to play with his heart. Kacha! The sound of a foot falling on something was suddenly heard. The two of them looked down at the same time. There were suddenly many dark blue and green crystals on the flat ground. The energy of chaos accompanying them was slightly weaker. It was obvious that it was only at the initial stage of contamination. There was also a faint aura of order in the depths of the crystals. It was like a candle in the wind. They could not even struggle. Yun Nuoshing picked up the fragments that he had stepped on and looked at them. After a while, he clenched his fist slightly and crushed them. They were as brittle as sand that had been weathered for thousands of years. He casually scattered the fragments on the ground. Then he looked up at the front of the street. He turned a corner and saw that the street in front of him was filled with these dual-colored crystals. They crawled all over the street and climbed up the buildings on both sides. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere changed from a horrifying night tour in hell to a strange adventure in the city of crystals. Order repels the aura of chaos. It is probably a change caused by the collapse of one of the structural rules. After a little analysis, Yun Nuoshing continued to walk on the crystallized avenue. Every step he took was accompanied by the sound of crystals being crushed. The kacha-kacha sound was endless. Those who did not know would think that he was tearing down the city just by listening to the sound. As for the end point of these crystals, the place where they spread out, it was the very eerie and cold palace in the center. It was covered in ice and metal luster from head to toe. He could feel that the aura of chaos was the strongest there. If he was not wrong, it should be waiting for him there. When Yun Nuoshing was a distance away from the palace, a cold wind suddenly blew in front of him. The orange-gold array in the sky suddenly dissipated, along with the white cloud of chaos. After that, he watched the sky open bit by bit. It was as if he was standing in a box. He was standing in a sealed space with only an iron wall. At this moment, the lid was suddenly opened. The scene of the sky from above rushed into his eyes. Part of the realm of chaos was opened, and the dark sky outside appeared in his sight. The realm of chaos is still there. Why did the lid suddenly open? What is that outside? His gaze suddenly paused. In the sky above, a black vortex was hanging upside down in the sky. Its spearhead was pointing to the depths of the sky. The void and nothingness were all over the surrounding space. There was a constant flow of pure energy leaking from it and then entering this space. The energy seemed to be gathering from all directions towards the vortex in the sky. The free, pure energy was converted into pure chaos energy. The chaos energy that originally existed in the cloud continent gushed out from the space and kept condensing at that point. It's that energy vortex. The little angel replied softly, "When I walked into the realm of chaos, I was still some distance away from this vortex. I didn't expect to come here so quickly." Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes slightly, and his walking footsteps suddenly became faster. In a few moments, he ran to the front of the main hall. When he kicked open the door of the main hall and was about to charge in, the scene in front of him suddenly changed again. Dim, dark blue, green. Well, the space that belonged to the realm of chaos appeared in front of him again. He was speechless for a moment. Are you playing hide and seek or a maze with me here? But after taking 2 steps, he found that he had not returned to the starting point. When he turned back, he could still see the cold, big city, the orange-gold array in the distance, and half of this space. The only thing that changed was that the palace was gone. The building that should have existed in front of him had become something else. It was a crystallized forest made of crystals, spikes, and light green crystals that were thousands of feet tall. It looked like a dangerous forest made of thousands of crystallized swords randomly standing in front of him. It looked not fun. The breath of chaos came from the deepest part. He could vaguely see the thing that existed in the deepest part of the crystallized surface. It was a black shadow that looked like a cocoon made of crystallized crystals. The breath of chaos was so strong that it was a little unbearable. The little angel took a sniff and quickly threw the blanket away. She almost vomited in his spiritual world. You are also a non-order life form. Why do you have such a reaction? The sound of retching made Yun Nuoshing's hair stand on end. The little angel took a deep breath. Her golden Maymao dimmed. She hammered the ground in discomfort. She probably wanted to hit him. That thing. Although I am also a non-order life form and belong to chaos, that thing. Ugh, that thing is not the same as me. That thing is even more. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. I have to go and vomit for a while. Ugh, Yun Nuoshing was speechless. After all, they were in his spiritual world. When she vomited, his mind was filled with the image of this girl holding his head and vomiting like a spittoon. Hiss. That cocoon of light was indeed disgusting. The impact was too strong. Just looking at it made him panic. The energy of chaos was too strong. This time, it was for real. The order, the law, and the energy were completely comparable to the heavenly God of origins. The only thing was that the quantity of this thing was not very large. It was a powerful life form, but it did not have the quantity to reach that level. To put it simply, the volume of a sea was only the volume of a ladle of water. That was what it meant. He took out the Netherworld Ruins sword and cut the crystallized forest in front of him, like he was cutting chives. The crystallized swords that filled the sky shattered and were sent flying backward by the explosion of energy. They fell on the city in front of him, like he was cutting tofu, and cut a deep abyss in the ground. Be careful. I am going to use the law of origin and the power of origin at full strength, Yun Nuoshing reminded her. Hearing this, the little angel wiped her mouth and quickly hugged the little purple soul and hid under the blanket. As soon as he stepped into the crystallized forest, Yun Nuoshing's body trembled violently. Some kind of extremely strong and mixed evil and distracting thoughts pressed down on his head with a solid weight. His vision suddenly turned black. Part of the scene in front of him turned scarlet, and the other part turned dark gray. It was all a mess. Even when he looked at his own body, it was gradually becoming a mess of lines. Is this part of the aura of a life form of that level? Yun Nuoshing closed his eyes and shook his head hard. He took a deep breath. This aura. No wonder the little girl wanted to vomit. He could guarantee that even we would want to vomit if he was standing here. It was powerful enough to distort everything in the world. It was powerful enough to pollute everything in the world. Distortion, chaos, confusion, nightmares, evil. It was something more disgusting than the sins of the world. If the latter was the condensation of all dark thoughts, then this aura of chaos was something that could distort all dark thoughts into something even more evil. It was a chaos object that completely contradicted the origin. The relic of origin in his body, well, it was no longer a relic of origin. It was something that had been restored after all the relics of origin had fused together. It was the world core of the origin world, although it was still a little dazed and had yet to fully recover. The world core that he took out from his body was something that resembled a small galaxy. With him as the center, there were a dozen fist-sized orbs of light that were as bright as the sun orbiting around him. The power of origin constantly emanating from the world core cleansed the heaviness, darkness, distortion, and collapse in his body. The grayness and scarlet in his vision faded as well. His body was finally able to stand straight, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Phew, this won't do. It feels a little worse than I thought. Yun Nuoshing muttered inwardly. He lifted the Nethervoid sword and walked forward. His body was like a fountain that emanated the power of order and origin, continuously dispersing the pervasive chaos energy 2 feet away. It was as if he was walking against a hurricane. Everything in the world, dark, distorted, and chaotic, carried an aura deeper than death. Along with the dark airflow, they swept through the space around him. It was so heavy that it could extinguish all the flames of hope in the world. This thing was not at the same level as that demonic shadow or the shadow he had seen just now. Even if it was just brewing, it was still so. Thump. The sound of a heartbeat came from the chaotic cocoon. It sounded like a yellow bell ringing, echoing in the big city. The fragile crystals cracked little by little, shattering into sharp raindrops and falling down from the sky. The drumming had only just begun. It seemed to have sensed his approach and was stopping him from moving forward. It had already reached such a level that it needed to do its best to stop him from moving forward while it was still a cocoon. Is it a critical moment? Yun Nuashing held the origin barrier in one hand and the nether void sword in the other. He moved forward with difficulty, covered in stars. At this moment, if he had the slightest thought of relaxing, he would be thrown into nothingness by the chaos energy in the next second. What a coincidence. Me too. Let's see whose moment is more critical. In the conceptual layer of the rules, the energy that pierced through the void, nothingness, and tore all the concepts apart swept through the dark space like a violent tsunami. A huge crack appeared in the realm of order. Although it only took a short moment for Jing Yuanji to repair it, the crack seemed to have not only torn the realm of order, but also seemed to have torn apart the conceptual layer of the rules. In just a moment, she could see the colors of the realm of reality. Vaguely, she felt that the atmosphere of the realm of reality had become a little bad. She did not know if something had happened to the realm of reality itself, or if the battle here had finally affected the realm of reality. Streaks of lightning-like gray light beams that were as large as galaxies crisscrossed in the darkness and shadows. The warriors of the realm of order carried an astonishing momentum and went against the waves, pushing themselves to their limits to deal with the crazy chaos energy. Continuous explosions surged in the depths of the conceptual layer of the rules, mixed with the broken aura of order, burst out. More than half of the conceptual layer of the rules were already in a state of complete chaos. She also did not know that this realm of reality, the entire realm of reality, had already shown signs of madness. Since 10 minutes ago, the aura of chaos had multiplied by several times, as if it was using all its power to drown them here. Deep in the conceptual layer, we have captured the appearance of crazy manifestations again, and there are even more abnormal phenomena. The next wave of chaos will come in about 5 minutes. Hurry up and support the defensive energy towers. Without this barrier, we won't be able to hold on. Stars. It's the stars. That's the condensation of highly concentrated energy, the condensed chaos energy. Large patches of energy fireworks were torn into pieces by the even more violent energy. Countless crisscrossing gray and gold energy patterns suddenly formed in the air and then were torn apart in an instant. All kinds of fragmented scenes mixed together, and countless strange and terrifying scenes formed and then disappeared, just like a canvas splashed with a bucket of mottled paint, and then turned into an abstract painting with a few strokes of the brush, and then transformed into an ink landscape painting in an instant. One by one, the chaos manifestations that floated out of nothingness were all in a state of madness the moment they appeared, and even before they condensed into solid form, they were already modified into other bizarre structures by an even more insane will. She saw with her own eyes that a manifestation that should have been humanoid was forcibly twisted into a warped, flesh-like object when it was still a shadow. Countless chaos runes branded that colossal body the size of a planet, its body full of protruding energy veins and flesh-like structures. Now, Jing Yuanji looked up. Gray radiance appeared in the depths of the conceptual layer of rules. Violent suns that used chaos energy as their crystal cores were condensed and slowly crashed towards the realm of order the moment they appeared. They were massive in size and capacity, and it would take some time for them to walk in the overloaded conceptual layer of rules. She could deal with them a little emergency treatment. As for how many could be saved, it was hard to say. Energy towers that are more than 50% intact will enter self-destruct mode. Don't rush to attack. and don't interrupt attacks of other levels. Extract all the rules and energy of those energy towers that are about to be destroyed. Jing Yuanji took a deep breath, and the surging spatial energy maintained the stability of the place as much as possible. Something big was about to happen. Bury all of them in the path of the stars. This thing would blow up the conceptual layer of rules if it was not handled well, but there was no other way now. This is the last batch of energy towers. Xing LV placed more than 1,000 brand new energy towers in the realm of order, and was so tired that he stuck his tongue out. All of them are made with our special energy as the core. The last batch. Hui held the Guardian's greatsword as he charged back from the Chaos Army, landing in the realm of order and panting heavily. His body, that was made of energy, was a little dim, and some parts of him were flickering. The pressure is rising too fast. Since 20 minutes ago, it has been raising the difficulty as if its life is on the line. Raising. I can't take it anymore. Over there, Lord Feng. Jing Yuanji suddenly whispered softly, startling everyone. Lord Feng might be close to the core. So the pressure on our side has skyrocketed. That bastard is already impatient. Because it can't take Lord Feng's approach, it plans to attack us first. Hui cursed as he split the Guardian's shield into two, smashing one half on the energy barrier, and the other half into the energy towers that were being converted into chaotic energy. Fight it out with them. How long is it before the 2 hours? Less than 10 minutes. So the next wave of chaos will be the end. Hui gritted his teeth, but he did not want them to be the end. Mei Mao, Jing Yuanji, flashed and took out a small sword that was only the size of an index finger. She hesitated for a moment, and then kept it. It's not time yet. It's not the time, that Lord Feng said. They needed to use their own way, and use all their strength to delay the arrival of the destruction to 10 minutes later. Chapter 1649. Everyone, attack with full energy. Attack in sequence. Don't let the area covered by energy disappear for even a second. The defensive energy towers have stabilized, but Lord Hui, the energy is not enough this time. Don't worry about the defensive array. Attack with all you've got. Leave the defense to me. Yes, Lord. There was a scene in the distance. The continuous distorted light curtain was like a picture of broken ripples splashed by waves on the beach and reefs. The shattered power of the rules, the shattered energy of the order, and the wasted energy and energy aftershocks mixed together to form such a bizarre scene. That place had become another forbidden place that Hui and the others did not want to touch, and the chaos spawn would avoid. It was the wreckage left behind by the countless explosions of energy on the battlefield. There was still a huge amount of energy inside that had not subsided, and it was still expanding. Although they knew that it was dangerous, no one had the time to deal with it. Who would dare to be distracted by other things under such circumstances? That place had become another forbidden place that Hui and the others did not want to touch, and the chaos spawn would avoid. It was the wreckage left behind after countless explosions of energy on the battlefield. There was still a huge amount of energy that had not subsided, and it was still expanding. Although they knew that it was dangerous, no one had the time to deal with it. Not long after the order was given, the overwhelming energy blasts crossed the conceptual layer of the rules and bombarded the army of chaos spawns. Half of the chaos barrier formed by the chaos spawns was penetrated in the blink of an eye. Most of the order energy blasted into the army of chaos spawns, blasting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of chaos spawns into nothingness, and were thrown into the void to be destroyed. But unfortunately, the few irascible giants and the chaos runes that were madly gathering energy only caused ripples of black and gray energy to appear. Normal order energy attacks could not penetrate that level of chaos energy condensation, and even if Yun Nuoxing charged over, she would not be able to cause any more damage than Ji Shuiyan's sword. TSK, that barrier of rules and chaos order, is too much of a hindrance. Everyone, get out of the way. Let those irascible giants follow the normal path. Don't block their path. And keep the side of the battlefield clean. Hui was not surprised to see that his attempted attack did not cause any effective damage to the combination of chaos characters and chaos energy. He continued to calmly give out orders. Then, he adjusted his own energy and state, desperately increasing the resistance of his order realm. He kept increasing it until it reached a point where its defense was shocking. If we can't kill those things, we'll bury everything else here. At most, we'll perish together. Xing Lu roared. Karmic fire that burned through the void fell from the sky, like a rain of fire, smashing the endless sea of fire into the conceptual layer of the rules. The aura of the chaos energy was burned away a little, and the chaos spawn's movements became sluggish. A large number of destructive attacks followed from behind, crushing it to death at the intersection of the flames and the void. Even so, the irascible giants and the chaos runes were not affected at all. They were crossing the distance of the conceptual layer of the rules, traveling the stars and the moon to find them. It was really a movement of a galaxy rushing towards them. First, there were only a few giants. Then, from the void, from the conceptual layer of the rules, more stars floated up. However, those were just dense chaos energy, and were not as violent as the former. At most, they were disposable bombs. Although on the surface, the latter looked more threatening, and they floated all over the conceptual layer of the rules. When they looked up, they could see a mass of black energy covered in a layer of gray protective film, like a comet streaking across the space. When that group of stars with the aura of destruction that oppressed the realm of order approached a certain distance, Jing Yuanji suddenly stopped her movements. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and her line of sight moved closer, nervously watching those stars pressing over. When they suddenly approached a certain point, an extremely dazzling light suddenly appeared in their path, and the energy that had been rampaging for a long time suddenly came into contact with it. Boom! The light was as dazzling as the explosion of a supernova. More than half of the chaos spawns that approached those stars were destroyed by the energy, while the rest were pushed into the exposed void by the impact of the energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Eat fire, you bastard! I don't believe you'll be able to withstand the lightning all the way. Violent energy ripples abruptly appeared from the energy storm that could tear through the conceptual layer of the rules. Those few giants that were lined up in a row crashed into the energy storm with a suppressive volume. The sound of rolling energy ripples reverberated in the area, constantly highlighting their conspicuous presence. Hui was speechless. The energy tower they had built was not constructed from materials found in ordinary worlds. Instead, it was an existence materialized and solidified in the world using the power of order, and pure energy that distorted worlds. In other words, even if it appeared to be a solid object forged from stone, its essence was a large cluster of stable, extremely stable, and dense energy. The energy storm back then was caused by the energy tower that was on the verge of collapse due to the excessive output of energy, causing its structure to become unstable. Even the army of chaos spawns would not have been able to withstand it if the energy that was about to disperse was blown apart in a single breath. That should have been the case. In fact, such a scene should have appeared in his simulation. But now, those giants were risking their lives to withstand the lightning bolts. Only some of them were not aware that they were too close and were swept into the destructive energy and annihilated. But now, again and again, the flashes of ultimate energy formed an impenetrable net of energy. Those suns were really coming from the front, accurately triggering each mine as the destructive energy kept bursting out. They had no intention of taking a detour. from the start. Even when they saw the destructive energy that kept flashing before them, they did not care to approach. They were using their faces to scout the path, fearlessly charging towards the spot where they had buried the mines. The sight alone was enough to make Huey's scalp tingle. If he were to be the one to step into the mine, Hui felt that he would have been reduced to a ragged mosaic. Jing Yuanji ignored the heroic and fearless scene. As she commanded the others to continue the battle, she inadvertently looked up at the scene where the dazzling light of creation was bursting out, and then watched as they charged out unscathed, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Just think about it, a thunderbolt in every path, and every step they took would cause a burst of energy that could turn the void into nothingness and blow up more than half of the world group, and only the chaos spawns could withstand such a level of energy impact. But because of that, their speed has slowed down a lot. If they go too fast, the chaos spawn won't be able to completely dodge our attacks. They'll have to stick close to those big guys to block our energy attacks, but if they get too close, they'll be sucked in by the destructive storm. Hui muttered to himself, "How much longer?" 5 minutes. But at the latest, they will be here in less than 2 minutes. We will enter the attack range of those giants with the most energy, Jing Yuanji said softly. At this time, the realm of order was compressed into a flat area, and behind them was the edge. They would be out of the realm of order if they retreated. Without this layer of the realm of order, they could only retreat back to the real world. The gray destructive energy of chaos fell on the realm of order, causing the entire realm to tremble. After a series of lightning strikes, the breathing time that they gained by surprise was used up. After a short period of suppression with firepower, the chaos spawns quickly recovered from the chaos. The giants suddenly put up an energy shield and pushed the realm of chaos towards them. And when Hui and the others were stunned for a moment, they began to counterattack. And so, the realm of order and the sacred barrier shook again. What the hell is wrong with them? They didn't use the energy shield when they had it, and now they are only holding it up after half of the lightning strikes. Are they mocking us? Hui looked at the huge chaos shield and the realm of chaos, and his face turned green. A chaos spawn that could hold up the realm of chaos. Forgive him for not having seen such a thing. The realm of chaos that existed in the conceptual level of the rules was already there. Because no one could control it immediately, it was easy for them to dig a hole and attack here. But now, that sun was holding up the realm of chaos. They were using their heads to fight. Right from the start, the counterattack was a torrential storm of chaos attacks. Spatial distortions of various sizes appeared in the realm of order and the holy barrier. A huge crack opened up in the space, and one could even see the appearance of the main realm. It was just a flash. Hui was stunned for a moment. That was the crack that suddenly appeared in front of them revealed another scene. Gray, dark blue, and black light blended together and exploded from the center of a distorted crystal forest. It went straight to the sky, and an indescribably huge amount of chaos energy rose up like seawater against the sky. It turned into circles of chaos energy and spread in all directions. However, the spread was not too strong at the moment. The small creation's barrier could still withstand this level of chaos attack. That was probably the scene in the real world. However, this place that was covered by the crystal forest did not seem to exist. He had no impression of it, and neither did Jihan Xiao and the rest. However, just looking at the scene of chaos energy slowly spreading out was enough to make them feel uneasy. That scene was just a flash in the pan. The crack disappeared after a short while. It was violent enough to make them feel pressured. They looked at each other and looked at the army of chaos spawns that was still approaching in front of them. Their expressions were solemn. "Feng," Hui murmured in his heart. He took a deep breath and stopped himself from thinking about the scene that he had just seen. He had to leave the realm of order to him, and he could only leave it to him. Meanwhile, they had to settle everything in the concept layer of the rules. They had already agreed that it would be fine as long as they believed in him. He was just a little worried. Boom! The realm of order energy that was like endless ripples on water swept across the entire concept layer of the rules. Hui raised his head abruptly. The huge energy flames and distorted belts were already in front of him. Some kind of energy that made him feel disgusted was getting close to him. After a short delay, that thing suddenly broke through the blockade of the energy flames. It was as if it had reached a critical point. The storm-like chaos energy started to attack the sacred barrier. Countless chaos spawns rushed forward and engaged in close combat with the warriors of order. They started their third and possibly final attack at the boundary of the realm of order. Hui roared and ignited all the energy in his body. The endless energy released by the 7 god halos turned him into a small golden sun. All the realm of order energy was released. He shouted, "Everyone, retreat into the realm of order. Those who still have the strength to stabilize the barrier of the defense energy tower, Ji Hanshao, release all of your realm of order energy. We need the realm of order energy from the cloud continent. The chaos impact is coming." The moment they reached the critical point, the battle lasted for less than 10 seconds. The warriors of order all started to retreat and turned into a defensive state. Countless chaos spawns rushed out from behind the big stars like ants leaving their nest. Although they had killed most of them along the way, there were still quite a number of chaos spawns that appeared on the battlefield. Moreover, those few big stars were still intact. Behind them were the fully charged chaos characters. At this moment, they were like a gray pupil that was staring at the golden light that was independent of the realm of order. The energy that they had accumulated along the way exploded at such a close distance. They were trying to beat them to death. In an instant, a dark energy radiance flashed. A light cluster as large as a galaxy instantly erupted. The distance was too close. It was so large that it was as if a dark energy cluster had burst out from the chaos runes. In an instant, the entire domain of order and the holy barrier was swallowed up by it. Hui released all the energy with all his might. Jing Yuanji commanded everyone to strengthen the barrier of the defense energy tower. The world that was engulfed by the gray light ball seemed to have faded into meaningless gray and nothingness. It was the same outcome as the previous 2 chaos impacts. Even though they had gathered all the realm of order energy for defense this time, the sacred barrier and the realm of order were still half destroyed in an instant. Even the guardian barrier, which was at the bottom, had cracks on it. Countless energies were annihilated in an instant. The first few rows of energy towers that stood at the front started to collapse due to the influence of the chaos energy. To them, the entire world was in an endless state of shaking and shaking. Jing Yuanji stared at the guardian barrier as more and more cracks appeared due to the collapse of the outer barrier. She slowly closed Mei Mao. She made a decision in her heart. Just as she was about to grit her teeth and carry it out, the small sword in her hand suddenly glowed. The red and black light carried the infinite power of destruction. It was a little ominous, but in this completely gray world, it made her feel incomparably warm. The storm of chaos. Allow him to describe the scene in front of him. Apart from that, he could not see anything else. Every gust of black wind from the dense dark hurricane was a sharp wind blade that could cut through space, time, and the void like tofu. That's right, it was still a gust of wind that was stirred up by chaos energy, allowing this gust of wind to sweep across the entire cloud continent without any hindrance. In less than a minute, he could only see the continent being cut into billions of pieces, and anything that was attached to it would be reduced to dust, leaving nothing behind. The power of order and the origin energy were ultimately limited. No, the origin energy and the origin law that he could use was ultimately limited. His body was too weak, and his soul was slightly weak. He could not bear this degree of weight. So when he walked to this distance with the origin law and the origin energy, of course his body began to crumble bit by bit. The greater the degree of erosion of the chaos energy, the greater the degree of self-resistance of the origin energy. They did not care whether his body could bear it or not. This was just a self-protection ability that he had. He just happened to need this self-protection ability at this moment. He used their energy to walk to the center of the storm. Crack! The nether void sword slammed into the ground in front of him with the weight of billions of worlds. The tremendous force split the ground in front of him into a crack that was only 50 to 60 feet long. The impact was so deep that the ground shook like an earthquake. He could see that the house in the distance suddenly jumped up like a quilt placed on a table. Then it sat back down and shattered itself. The crystallized forest also fell apart. Countless shards turned into a rain of sharp blades that fell on the ground, riddling the earth with thousands of holes. The dense shards fell into the origin domain propped up by the small star system, and the sound of metal clanging rang out. Phew! Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief after withdrawing his nether void sword. His eyes, which were burning with red and black flames, stared at the chaotic cocoon that was less than 100 meters away from him, but still refused to let him approach it. Amidst the dark wind, he raised his right hand. The golden cracks were densely packed. It was like a porcelain that did not break, but was covered in cracks. Golden light of energy burst out from the cracks. The excessive activation of the origin energy was slowly disintegrating his body. Just as he had said earlier, he clenched his right hand hard. The red and black light flashed. The golden cracks that covered his palm quietly dimmed, and a slender palm that was as white as jade was restored. There was no trace of destruction. However, after a moment, small golden cracks began to appear on his palm. It was as if a golden flame was slowly burning his body from within. He raised his hand and swung the nether void sword again. A brilliant sword light bloomed, and the rain of crystal blades ended prematurely. He held the nether void sword in his hand and pushed the black wind in front of him away with his left hand. He continued to walk towards the cocoon. He had cleared away the obstacles in his way. However, the disappearance of the obstacles made the chaos wind blow even more fiercely. Furthermore, the wind was directed at him. Girl, prepare yourself. I'm going to rush over in one go. Yun Nuoshing suddenly stopped in place, staring at the big cocoon with eyes that flickered with madness and death. His heart was uneasy. He was already uneasy when he saw it. And now that he had slowly walked so far away, he finally reached this distance. Theoretically speaking, it should be possible. Theoretically, he would either be devoured by the chaos energy of the cocoon, or he would pierce the cocoon and be thrown into the void. Either way, he only had one chance. In the end, he could not see what would happen. This was the only thing he could do. Void. Just as Yun Nuoshing began to condense the origin energy on the nether void sword, he sensed that the chaos storm around him suddenly weakened. It stopped little by little. The dim colors began to recede. The violent chaos energy in this space calmed down in an instant. The entire world suddenly became quiet. It became dead silent. Then there was only him and the big cocoon that shone with obsidian light. Silently, something was changing in the dark. However, he seemed to have no way to stop it. The black fog wrapped around his body and silently brought him to a few meters in front of the chaos cocoon. It was the center of the crystal forest. All the sharp crystals were formed from it. They appeared from the ground and space out of thin air. All the spikes were pointed at it. The breath that made the girl exhale had disappeared. However, it did not mean that everything was over. Some things did not seem to have happened in time. You are one step too late. A low chuckle rang in his ears. Yun Nuoshing raised his head slightly and looked to the side. At the bottom of the crystal pillar was a figure that looked like a black fog. It was its shadow. It just leaned there with its arms crossed. Its face was so dark that it could not be distinguished at all. Unexpectedly, he felt a hint of playfulness in it. Crack, crack, the big cocoon began to crack in front of him. The layers of light cocoon began to break apart from the outermost layer. The dark light inside became more and more intense. It was so bright that it was like a dark sun piercing through the nebula. The dark light broke free from the cage of the crack. The surging chaos energy had taken shape and was gradually condensing into something. Yun Nuoshing looked at this scene calmly. He raised the nether void sword several times, but he put it down weakly. His face was gloomy. Countless years after the origin passed away, the flag that belongs to us, to chaos, will once again fly in the grand Yuan realm. After countless eras, we have finally returned. The endless chaos will once again descend upon this world. Open your eyes and witness this scene with your own eyes. This is something that even the origin and the others could not do. The transparent light column that contained endless madness and darkness burst out from the big cocoon with a sharp buzzing sound of energy. It penetrated the illusory sky and went straight into the void. It cast a dark light on the entire cloud continent. A huge orange gold ring and a ray appeared from the void and took shape in the world. A dark energy that overrode all the rules and order of the world appeared out of thin air in any corner of the void. Even the small barrier of creation was no exception. Yun Nuoshing slowly closed his eyes. The surging origin energy in his body slowly dimmed. Was it too late? Chapter 1650. Calculating. What could he calculate? Unable to think of a way out, he trapped himself in a cage and struggled incessantly to calculate a way out that might not exist. He crashed into the wall, chiseled the wall, and left mottled bloodstains on the wall until the entire wall was stained with frightening mottled blood. Then what about the path? Unable to find it, trapped to death here. That was probably it. Perhaps this was the end, and he just wanted to struggle. Everyone had a chance to struggle, didn't they? He also needed to struggle a little. Then what about the path? Who knows where the path is? He was never a person who gave up easily. Since the beginning of his memories, he had been living in a state of struggle, struggling under the general trend of the void, bobbing up and down, doing everything he could to survive in the void of order. When he came to his senses, he had already become like this. Everything seemed to be set in stone. Therefore, even if he knew that this was the worst situation from the start, he did not give up easily. How could he not struggle hard? Even if there were countless evidence that the path in this world would only lead to the worst outcome, there would still be a chance for a salted fish to turn things around. So, what he should do next was self-evident. Hurry up and struggle as hard as he could. What if he could really turn things around? If he couldn't, he would just treat it as his last exercise before death, like sprinkling salt more evenly or something. Even so, he could not think of how to struggle at the moment. Billions of soldiers were approaching the city. That was how he felt at this very moment. It was as if he saw the final scene of the war at the end of the Dark Age. That was an established fact. Since he appeared there, then presumably, not necessarily. Perhaps he used some method to get through this crisis. Perhaps this time he was gone, and then he was in a hurry to reincarnate, catching up with the end of the Dark Age or something. What a joke. The cloud continent was completely silent. Only the gray energy beam pierced through the sky. Chaotic energy surged in all directions like endless ripples in the ocean, rolling up a visible, majestic, and vast energy tide in the sky. It was as if a dark ocean had appeared in the sky. The light in this world had completely dimmed, suppressing the void and nothingness. The chaos energy began to do whatever it wanted, disregarding all obstacles and emerging from every corner of the cloud continent. The small creation's barrier was still working hard. It was still using its own power of rules and power of order to suppress the chaos energy that had appeared inexplicably in the domain. It could barely suppress the speed of the chaos energy emerging in the domain, but it could only control the speed. It was completely impossible to completely isolate the chaos energy from appearing. This level of suppression was too difficult for it to bear. If it had to bear the pressure of this level that it should not have, it might still be able to do it. If it had brought one of the creation's pillars from the divine realm here, it might still be able to do it. It could also stabilize the order in the creation's domain. But it was just a thought. Yun Nuoshing let his cognition, thoughts, soul, and spirit return to reality. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. The endless dark energy blew in front of his eyes, fluttering his robe and long hair. Even his body that was completely transformed into pure energy rippled out a few lines of energy ripples. Its shadow had already disappeared. It was no longer needed. At this moment, it was enveloped in the light cocoon that was emitting endless chaos energy. It sounded like glass shattering continuously. The silhouette in the light cocoon slowly stood up. Its body still did not have any substantial details. It was just a thing that had the shape of a human. It was exactly the same as if someone had thrown a person into a pool of ink and then fished it out. It was exactly the same, except that its appearance was more demonic. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and looked at the vast energy light column above him. It was releasing endless chaos energy into the void. He did not know what would happen when the energy poured into the void, but there was no doubt that the void of order would be unimaginably affected. That was without a doubt. Furthermore, according to the information he obtained from the two conversations he had with the chaos energy, it was most likely going to collapse the void of order and then reconstruct a void that was not controlled by order. Or it would directly let the chaos energy destroy the void of order. Either way, it would not end well. Things have not reached the worst point yet. His eyes that were looking at the sky trembled slightly and could not help but widen a little. He saw the void and the boundary of the black nest turning from formless into a physical form. It seemed to have trapped the place and turned it into a cage. There was a layer of transparent, an invisible barrier at the boundary. It only took a glance for him to know that it was an energy barrier cast by the origin energy. It was the last defense that they left in this world. Perhaps they already knew about this. They placed the origin relic here, and even covered the black nest with a layer of protection. He believed that there must be an emergency solution later. For example, when they confirmed that the chaos energy had completely taken over the black nest, they could cut the space and the void together and throw it into the void to be annihilated. The meaning of the existence of seals was to break the seal. With their foresight, they must have known about it. So, he was also completely sure that they had other backup plans to deal with this space. Burial, find someone comparable to the heavenly god of origins to be buried with them. That sounds like the funeral of the highest standard in my infinite life. Yun Nuoshing covered her face and laughed a few times. She shook her head. Since we know that the void of order will not be affected, and that this game is not over yet, there is no way we would choose to surrender now. If worst comes to worst, we will all die together. I dare to die. Come, let's die together. The chaos cocoon shattered with a crisp sound of energy. Its figure appeared from within and slowly stood up. It turned around and looked at him. It looked exactly the same as the shadow just now. However, the pressure that this real existence before him gave him was not something that the half-baked shadow could compare to. If they were to really fight, it would not be as easy as it was just now. I didn't expect that it was still within their calculations. It glanced at him and then turned away. Then, like him, it looked up at the distant above. Its low murmur was accompanied by the echoes of the chaos energy. The dusk of the cloud continent rippled with its every move. However, just like all of you, I don't have much of a choice. Don't you think so? Heir of the origin? Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows and looked at it. It seemed to have sensed something, as if something was happening. That was why it sighed. But he had not sensed it yet. Well, he had sensed it. Boom! A sudden explosion of energy annihilation suddenly sounded from behind. Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned. She tilted her head and looked behind her. A cluster of colorful energy flames suddenly rose from the ground. The destructive energy was like a raging beast, raging within the explosion range. Gradually, it swept further away. At the end of the horizon, the sky suddenly appeared. Another cluster of violent energy exploded without warning. Before the explosion of the destructive power, Yun Nuashing could not sense anything in that direction that could release such destructive energy. The energy of the origin. The impact was delayed for less than 2 seconds before it passed through the loss. It turned into a gust of wind that blew through his body. He immediately understood that this should be what it sensed. The chaos energy was raging. The backup plan in the cloud continent was activated. There was no need to wait for the chaos energy to take over everything. It only needed to sense that the chaos energy had expanded to a certain extent to begin the cleansing. First, it would destroy everything on the surface. First, it would spread the chaos energy, then everything that was contaminated by the chaos energy. Finally, it would sink the chaos energy itself into the void along with this space. But that did not have much to do with him. Yun Nuashing turned around and slowly raised the nether void sword to point at it. In the space beside him, circles of spinning magic circles emerged from the void. The surging energy attracted its attention. Don't you understand what is happening right now? Inheritor of the origin. It looked at Yun Nuashing calmly. This world cannot be saved. The preparations they left behind will sink this world into the void along with it. It will be ignited by the pure laws of the origin and the energy of the origin. Not even ashes will be left. You and I cannot avoid it. This is a cage. I can't break this shackle alone. But if it's you, yes, if it's both of us. It spread its hands and laughed with a calm voice. How about it? Inheritor of the origin. This is your second chance. Do you choose to join the chaos or fall here as order? What do you think? Haven't you already seen through me? Even if this ending leads to death, right? It suddenly laughed for real this time. Before this, it was just a fake smile. This time, it seemed that it really found something interesting and laughed from the bottom of its heart. I didn't expect you to have such a deep attachment to order. Interesting. You really are an interesting fellow. No wonder it would nag a life form of order so much. So that's why I'm getting more and more interested in you. Yun Nuashing raised an eyebrow. Was it talking about the demonic shadow in the graveyard of gods and demons? It seemed that there was some kind of connection between the clone and the main body that could make the main body. So, they're actually together now. Then, is this the main body of the demonic shadow in front of me? Or forget it. Forget it. It's not important. What's important is that it's very powerful. It's powerful enough for me to burn this life of mine to deal with it. It's a pity that I'm not in the realm of the gods. Otherwise, I would be able to explore the extent of my state. My petition? Huh? How funny. This is the first time I've really stretched my hand here. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. The origin energy and the origin law suddenly went berserk in its body. The suppression that was still there suddenly disappeared. The true power of the origin energy was fully released. A dazzling hurricane formed by the endless origin energy suddenly blew on its body. It watched as its body was engulfed by the colorful hurricane. It could not help but laugh again. It's very similar to their aura. This is the aura of the origin energy that has removed all restraints. It reminds me of the time when they existed. I've changed my mind. Since you want to perform a dance in the venue of the end of the world, as half of the host, I have to treat you well. It laughed softly and muttered to itself. Its hands slowly clenched into fists, and chaotic energy surged in its body. At this time, it had enough time to interrupt Yun Nuashing's transformation. However, it was not to that extent that it did not know how to be funny to that extent. The best dance, naturally, could only be performed with the most perfect preparation. Come, show me your most perfect side. Inheritor of origin. The thunderous roar of the hurricane's explosion dispersed the dark clouds that shrouded the area once again, responding to its laughter with brilliant sunlight. Yun Nuashing's figure appeared along with the gale created by the origin energy. The mark of origin on his body spread out like living vines, carving out complex patterns in an area of 1 to 2 meters around his body. As space and air flowed, streaks of light flowed out. The mark of destruction on his forehead changed its appearance, expanding its territory to cover the entire area of his forehead. The origin energy and the principle of origin overflowed from his body, allowing it to feel their presence once again. But right after that, it was stunned for a moment. Its gaze was fixed on his eyes. The whites of its eyes were faintly mottled, and the pair of pitch-black eyeballs had turned into a flowing silver-black color. How surprising! The surprise you have given me has once again exceeded my imagination. They who, at the beginning of the primordial realm, yes, I can also understand this saying. I also have this feeling, yes. Therefore, there were no details on its face. It was impossible to tell what state it was in. Yun Nuashing had only transformed. When he came out, he heard Yun Nuashing hugging him like a madman and laughing crazily. However, there was only an awe on its face. It looked really awkward. If you don't attack. Yun Nuashing raised the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Then I'll strike first. I'll let you have a taste of the true origin of chaos. In the conceptual layer of the rules, in the realm of order that was submerged by the torrent of gray energy, Jing Yuanji suddenly realized that the small sword that Lord Feng gave her before they set off suddenly emitted an extremely strong light. A familiar energy that was more familiar than the feeling she was familiar with suddenly flowed out from it. It gave her a feeling of danger that was comparable to the collapse of the primordial realm, which made her shudder with fear. When there's movement, remember to throw it at the enemy with all your strength. Don't hurt yourself. Lord Feng's warning suddenly rang in her mind. Thinking about his attack method, Jing Yuanji suddenly understood something. Her pretty face turned pale with fright. She hurriedly stopped pouring energy into the energy barrier and used the greatest strength she could muster in her life to throw the small sword in front of her. A golden light flashed and disappeared from her line of sight. Only after throwing the small sword did she suddenly remember a terrible thing. The chaotic energy in front of her was coming toward her face. That small sword wouldn't be pushed back into the realm of order by that energy, right? However, when she thought of this problem, she couldn't change anything. She watched as the golden light flashed and silently penetrated the gray airflow. Suddenly, a mottled light that fused all the colors in the world shone. A loud shout quietly spread through the conceptual layer of the rules. Origin, chaos! The completely liberated origin energy and the annihilation energy that was not suppressed by origin energy collided at the same time. It was as if two primordial realms were colliding with each other with the momentum of mutual destruction. Everything in the world was converted into energy and fused at the junction point. The two energies exploded at the same time in the concept layer of the rules. The silver-black and colorful energies fused into a wildly expanding energy ball, turning the two energies of order into a tsunami that washed towards the end of the world. The destructive impact that happened at the same time in front of her eyes and in the conceptual layer of the rules made her laughter come to an abrupt end. She felt a little surprised. She didn't expect that Feng Luo even had a trick up his sleeve in the conceptual layer of the rules. The impact of the mixed energies of order carried a tide of energy that dimmed the stars as it came at her face. She waved her hand and held up a chaos barrier. The mixed impact that came at her face instantly collided with the barrier hundreds of thousands of times. The impact of the two energies, the second impact, the third impact caused her chaos barrier to ripple violently. Her body was even pushed tens of thousands of meters away under the impact of the tide. The tide lasted for less than 10 seconds before it dissipated. However, the entire world had changed. The sky in her sight had become fragmented, as if the broken celestial bodies were savagely piled into a massive celestial tomb. Before her, well, there was nothing left of the land. It was all bare and flat. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and rivers were all flattened by that energy. The chaos energy that permeated the entire world had also dissipated into nothingness. That was quite normal. She did not feel surprised at all. Those energies were a phenomenon that was similar to her breathing. It was not the result of her deliberate control. However, even the conceptual layer of the rules was almost completely destroyed. That was something she did not expect. As expected of the era of origins, she could actually unleash the power of origins so incisively and vividly. She could not help but exclaim in admiration. Then she suddenly turned around, her palm turning into a giant claw with 5 fingers as the chaos energy surged. She swiped the claw at the space behind her. In the air, a multicolored sword light that was hundreds of meters wide abruptly appeared and clashed with her claw. 2 energies of order unleashed a power that could kill her opponent in a frenzy, condensing into a giant sphere of distorted energy in the air. Nether void, firmament slash. Yun Nuoshing's figure abruptly appeared from behind the sphere. The energies of origins and annihilation gathered wildly on the nether void sword. She leaped into the air and slashed viciously, splitting the chaos energy sphere and the space around it into 2. The energy sword light that could devour the void drowned her vision and devoured her energy reaction. 2 moves to kill her, then she would chop her head off and let Hui use it as a urinal. The surge of energy had no intention of stopping from the very beginning. She would not stop until her body completely disintegrated and turned into a speck of dust in the void. Whoosh! The dark energy tore apart the massive sword light that blotted out the sky. A giant claw with piercing power surrounded by chaos energy abruptly appeared from behind the sword light and clawed at Yun Nuoshing. The chaos energy in her palm had already burst out in an instant, exploding violently on the spot. Shadow? The light on its body flickered for a moment. It wasn't strange that its attack had missed. It was just that it saw that Seiji had an expression that said that he wouldn't stop attacking unless he died. Yep, it thought that Seiji would fight it head on until the end, but it didn't expect him to turn around and run. She abruptly turned around. In the void, her silhouettes appeared out of thin air. They were all clones formed from origins and annihilation energy, each of them wielding a great sword of different energies, but identical in appearance. Dark Star, Annihilation. Galactic Rain, myriad forms assemble. Dozens of clones abruptly raised their heads to look at her, with a violent roar that resounded in the void. Their bodies flickered with the light of the stars and appeared in all directions around her. Then they raised the great swords in their hands together and became one with their waists and horses. Frenzied energy covered the force within a radius of 10,000 miles. Streaks of gigantic sword chi crisscrossed the entire world and the void. Along with the endless starlight that fell from the sky, they wantonly danced in this land. When they fell, and when they fell, they suddenly exploded with destructive energy. The scene was as if 10 billion fireworks had exploded at the same time. It was as if all the prosperity in the world had fallen at the same time, accompanied by the sound of origin destruction that resounded in the cloud continent. It was extremely shocking. She stood at the center of the dazzling and prosperous world. Thousands of colors, thousands of sparks, and scenes of falling stars surrounded her in all directions. It was as if she had seen the scene of that day again. The chaos energy that surged in her body became even more intense. "Come on, Inheritor, come and kill me." Suddenly, it laughed out loud and found a direction. Its giant claws glinting with dark colors tore the endless visions and energy torrents before it into pieces and broke out of the encirclement. It raised its hands that had turned into claws at a shadow that was still dancing wildly with the galaxy. With a wave of its hand, the bright sky instantly darkened as a demonic claw that seemed to cover the sky descended from the sky and slammed down at the shadow. The shadow suddenly stopped its spinning dance and sheathed its greatsword at its waist. After a moment, it used all its strength to suddenly sweep out the sword. All the chaotic energy in this domain suddenly distorted their paths. Half of it rushed toward the giant claw in the sky, while the other half rushed toward the chaos demonic shadow in front of her. Boom! It was another head-on collision. Yun Nuoshing looked at the chaos demonic shadow in front of her and let out a low roar. She forcefully swung her sword forward and knocked herself back. Silver-black energy crazily surged around her body and turned into a silver-black halo that descended behind her. At this moment, even the color of the origin mark surged with a silver-black light. Word of Sin, Wild Howl. The silver-black energy halo suddenly rushed out with a destructive energy that could wipe out everything. The shadow that was about to charge forward suddenly froze. It was completely frozen, just like the last time. It was shocked. After a moment, it couldn't help but laugh wildly. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Using this power together with the power of origin can indeed suppress the chaos, even if it's just for a moment. Yun Nuoshing was wearing the colorful origin azure wings. The destructive energy on her body crazily surged. She turned into a sharp arrow and shot out from where she was standing. In just an instant, she rushed in front of the shadow. The netherworld ruins sword carried an indomitable force and stabbed heavily into the shadow's chest. The sword was pressed against the shadow's chest, but it couldn't pierce through. Her gaze suddenly trembled. However, it was expected. Origin, chaos. The two powers of order that carried the roar of the sea of stars swept the entire void and nothingness into an endless whirlpool. An impact that was enough to overturn the primordial realm erupted and drown the two of them. Chapter 1651. The two colored waves rumbled through the void with a frenzied power, turning the impact that could overturn everything in the world into a huge wave that washed over every corner of the space. The roaring waves carried a corrosive power that was even more violent than the chaotic energy that filled the space, turning everything into energy that melted into heaven and earth. It turned into a beam of energy that rushed against the waves toward the center of destruction. Bang! What emerged from the crack that shattered the void was a giant gray claw that was millions of feet long. The earth beneath it cracked, and dust flew everywhere. A giant dark hand that was dyed with countless twisted patterns reached out. A pair of giant hands rapidly approached, suppressing the energy that exploded from the origin of chaos within the range of the two palms. The feedback of the energy that was released into the world made Yun Nuoxing's heart tremble violently. It gritted its teeth and stopped the energy attack that was only halfway launched. It seemed to have calculated the time that Yun Nuoxing retreated and reached out its giant chaotic hand first. However, it seemed to be a little too early, and the energy of the origin of chaos had not completely receded. The moment it reached out its hand, it was shaken by the energy that exploded from the center of the energy. When Yun Nuoxing saw this small movement of Yun Nuoxing's, he unceremoniously swung his sword. The nether void sword that was wrapped in countless magic circles drew a crazy torrent of energy in the air before Yun Nuoxing retreated. The two giant claws caught the remaining energy that Yun Nuoxing had released in its hands, causing a violent energy explosion. Yun Nuoxing, who had just escaped from the range of the explosion, was thrown thousands of feet away by the aftermath of the energy explosion. It seemed that Yun Nuoxing did not intend to follow up with another attack. Yun Nuoxing did not know what Yun Nuoxing was thinking. It did not use its full strength from the beginning. It was more like, Yun Nuoxing thought that Yun Nuoxing was more like dancing with him. It was more like Yun Nuoxing was observing his movements and the way he fought, and so on. Yun Nuoxing could not help but think of Yun Nuoxing's so-called interest. He did not know if Yun Nuoxing was interested in Yun Nuoxing or some special or characteristic of Yun Nuoxing. These two were completely different things. The void and nothingness were severely damaged by the power of their battle. The cloud continent itself had been turned upside down by the explosion of the origin energy. The small creator's barrier, it was still holding on very seriously. However, due to the invasion of the two most unreasonable order forces in the world, the weakened version of the barrier was obviously unable to withstand such indiscriminate bombardment. It was only a matter of time before the barrier collapsed. As for the lives that were sheltered in the barrier, it seemed that not many of them had died yet. Those who should have been attacked by the chaos energy were spared from the pain of being attacked because of the explosion of the origin energy that destroyed the cloud continent. However, they might experience another way of dying, being killed by the origin energy. The two giant pitch-black hands began to melt into the chaos energy. Every inch of this space was filled with energy that could destroy everything, and in the center of the destructive energy, a figure that had completely blended in with the surrounding darkness walked out slowly. It waved its hand and stopped the raging energy storm, annihilating the chaos energy and the origin energy together. Then it looked at Yun Nuoxing from thousands of feet away. "I can't hit it at all." Yun Nuoxing frowned and smacked his lips. After all, it was a life of that level. Even if he used all of the origin energy and the origin law, he could only buy himself a chance to struggle in front of it, a chance to fight. If he wanted to kill it directly, forget it. The gap between them might be as big as the void. Once he lost the power of the origin energy and the origin law, he would collapse in an instant. However, he was afraid that it would not come to that. Before that time came, he might have killed himself first. After removing all the restrictions on the energy, he could even use the origin of chaos without worrying about the burden. In other words, he could continue to strengthen himself. Then, on the other hand, it meant that he could play with himself until he died. Do you want to take a break? It stood in the distance and spread its hands. Then it smiled at Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing? Sure enough, this guy was fighting with the mentality of playing with him. Without saying anything, Yun Nuoshing's face turned gloomy. His figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the Chaos Demon. Then he leaped and slashed at the Chaos Demon. Before he disappeared, millions of magic circles were left on the spot. They were gathering and forming a huge word that floated in midair. The magic circles overlapped and condensed into the shape of a cake. It was supposed to be a storm-like attack. However, after rushing to the front of the Chaos Demon, Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt that his consciousness and body seemed to be separated. The two of them were in different places. His consciousness was a few seconds faster, but his body was a little slower. Although he swung his sword thousands of times in an instant, it seemed to his consciousness that he was doing it in slow motion. It was the Chaos Domain. Well, he did not need to think too much to know. The Chaos Demon, who was obviously having a playful attitude just now, seemed to be slightly more difficult now. Moreover, it only stretched out its huge claw and blocked all of his attacks effortlessly. The entire space was filled with the sound of metal being hammered. TSK? Yun Nuoshing flattened the entire space in front of him with a single slash of his sword. Then he suddenly widened the distance between him and the Chaos Demon. The magic circles that he had prepared for a long time all floated in all directions. At this moment, the shadows that he had created all appeared from the void. Each of them had a magic circle in their hands. They all raised their hands and unleashed tens of millions of energy blasts toward the heaven and earth that they encompassed. Origin, chaos. The nether void sword that had been charging for a long time violently pierced through the void. The energy that occupied the void fused into the energy blasts, mixing the power of the tsunami into the energy blasts of the storm. Moments later, the shadows that were separated from each other raised the great swords in their hands. Half of their bodies melted into a single beam of energy, stirring up a hurricane of sword dance. Countless sword auras and sword radiance fused within, filling the entire space like a gaudy display of fireworks. At the center of the convergence of billions of energy blasts, the Chaos Demon's body was shrouded in a layer of black barrier that resembled clouds and flames. It resisted the endless energy blasts that came crashing at it like an ocean. From time to time, it raised its claw-like hand and flicked it lightly in the air, deflecting the dangerous sword auras that could split a world apart. There was no expression on its pitch-black face, but Yun Nuoshing had a feeling. His instincts told him that the Chaos Demon was quite serious when dealing with such attacks. Whether it was deflecting the sword auras or blocking the energy blasts, the Chaos Demon was using force. However, that thought did not seem to be true. It was probably an illusion. Devour! Yun Nuoshing's body appeared like a ghost in the place covered by thousands of fireworks. It quietly appeared behind the Chaos Demon. The nether void sword left 3 illusory sword marks that looked like sharp claws as it swept across with all its might. Clang! The Chaos Demon turned around abruptly and also left 5 sharp scratches in the air with its claws. The energy blasts that erupted from the collision of the 2 blasts of energy blasted the surrounding energy back a little. The next moment, the Chaos Demon seemed to have given up on its defense and charged toward Yun Nuoshing to launch an attack. There was no fancy way to attack. It only used its palms, claws, and fists. All the attacks were carried out using the giant claws condensed from the chaotic energy. Every time it swung its claws, it felt as heavy as the shock of the primordial realm crashing into it. Its body is like the concept. Its power is like the order. A sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a sentence that he had heard when he came into contact with the power of origin. It was probably used to describe the primordial heavenly God and the others. Then, this sentence should also be applicable to the people in front of him. They did not need any so-called moves at all. Their attack and defense methods were carried out using their own essence. The chaos demon was the embodiment of the concept of chaos, the embodiment of this absolute power. Vaguely, he seemed to have grasped a little bit of information about the primordial heavenly God. However, it should be something that happened very late. The point was that knowing these things now was completely useless. At most, it would let him know why the enemy in front of him was so resistant to attacks. Guidance. Yun Nuoshing sneered in its heart and shook its head. Forget it. It did not have this idea at all. It was just playing with him. Right now, it was better not to think about other things. A chaotic reddish-black color flashed across its silver-black eyes, causing the energy that it had released to the extreme and was still flowing smoothly to begin to riot. It changed from a deep pool to a sea that was constantly rolling up huge waves. A low roar came from its throat, and he restrained all the energy. The giant sword in his hand integrated with all kinds of power amplification formations and drew a silver-black cold light in the most powerful manner. It heavily struck the chaos demon's giant claws, causing its wild attacks to pause for a moment. Clang, clang, clang. The wildly swinging Netheruan sword controlled the hundreds of millions of wildly dancing energies in this domain. All of them gathered at the place where the two of them collided and exploded indiscriminately. Faced with Yun Nuoshing, who suddenly went berserk, it could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. It was still full of interest as it watched Yun Nuoshing, who was in a state of madness. A moment later, the chaotic energy surging on its body became denser and heavier. With every collision, countless energy phenomena would explode around the two of them, shattering space and the void. The origin and chaos energies wildly merged and destroyed here. Scram! The energy in his body surged wildly, and with a wild momentum, all of it fused into the Netheruan sword. The force of pulling the stars through the void slammed into the chaos demon's claws. Two types of energy of order roared wildly from the Netheruan sword. The impact of the origin, chaos was magnified to the point that it could shake the void. An endless amount of energy surged wildly with the two of them at the center. The chaotic energy ball that had transformed into a chaotic state expanded to 100,000 feet in size in just a few seconds. All the shadows that had sealed off this area waved their hands and pressed on the magic circles beside them. The magic circles absorbed and spat out energy in a frenzy. There were even a few magic circles at the edge of the magic circle that cracked due to the sudden surge of energy. They were mobilizing the energy without any regard for the consequences. After that, the chaotic energy ball suddenly dissipated. Millions of magic circles roared together and condensed into crystallized energy beams that smashed towards the two shadows. Boom, boom, as if billions of stars were destroyed together. The dazzling light that shone dazzlingly spread a layer of light over the world that was already riddled with holes. Millions of chaos anomalies were reflected in the incomparably dazzling light, as if billions of demons were roaring and dancing in the void. Those anomalies did not last for long before turning into pure energy and exploding abruptly. It was as if the stars were shining in the sky, the light scorching the land into a dark gray and incinerating the sea into a puddle. Every time you unleash a mixed impact of order, your energy would be strengthened beyond your limits. Every single time, it retreated and floated lightly to a place 10,000 feet away. It lowered its head to look at the dazzling patterns of origin energy on its dull gray claws. They were still emitting white smoke, and it casually waved its hand to restore them to their original state. However, every time you unleash it, you push yourself closer to the point of collapse. It seems that you have not fully mastered this power. Is it worth it? Those words were so familiar. That person seemed to have said something similar before, but the context of those two sentences was completely different. Yun Nuashing slowly raised its head. Half of its face was crawling with the mark of origin. Its ethereal voice sounded distant, as if it came from the void. There's no such thing as whether it's worth it or not. If everything in this world has to be calculated like that, I would say that this world is not worth it. I want to act this way, and that's all. The energy in its body had increased by more than 30 times. It spiraled into a powerful hurricane outside its body. The energy rolled over and over outside its body, leaving behind a trail of flowing light that looked like a smooth ribbon. Just one charge had left behind an image and trace of energy. The two frantically flashing figures dug out huge craters in the real world and the void. They collided in the sky and collided on the ground, almost tearing the sky and the ground into several concepts. Facing the increasingly crazy and irritable Yunhua planet, the Chaos Wraith became more and more serious in dealing with it. It had already begun to mobilize the chaotic energy that had yet to be destroyed by the origin energy in the world. Even the void was shining crazily under its command, almost tearing open the spatial barrier and pouring into the cloud continent in a large area. Words of sin. Yun Nuashing's shining silver-black eyes dimmed for a moment. Suddenly, a warm golden light flashed in the deepest part of his eyes. It instantly lit up his dim eyes. The silver-black color almost covered all the colors in his body. Words of sin, soul devour. The whole world was suddenly polluted by this violent energy into gray and silver gray. Time and space froze. It was just that it was frozen in place. It was not still. The black figure that was crazily fighting with him even had part of the silver-black color on its body. Its figure suddenly flashed and appeared in midair. A huge shadow condensed from divinity emerged from its body and fell down together with it. Origin, chaos. The shadow of divinity suddenly exploded and turned into endless energy. It dyed Yun Nuashing into a two-colored comet and accelerated towards the ground. The two energies of order exploded in the collision, leaving countless cracks in the sky. The comet, formed by mottled colors and annihilation energy, violently collided with the ground, digging a huge hole in the ground. The two-colored energy ball suddenly expanded. Waves of tsunamis that could be seen with the naked eye flattened everything on the ground. The dozens of shadows all held swords in both hands and merged with the energy of the magic circle. They all jumped in midair and slashed at the center of the energy ball. Dozens of destructive torrents tore through the restrictions of space and poured into the energy ball at the same time. The majestic energy burst the space together with the energy ball, revealing the scene inside. It was pinned to the bottom of the crater by hundreds of chains made of mixed order energy. The impact left behind by the origin of chaos left white smoke on its body as if it was burning. However, this was probably not much damage to it. Yun Nuashing let out a sharp roar. A 10,000-mile-long shadow of energy once again appeared on its swaying body. The shadows all raised the energy swords in their hands. A 10,000-mile-long shadow of energy emerged from their bodies one after another. Then, together with Yun Nuoshing, they stabbed their swords into the void. Origin: chaos. Huge energy beams fell from the sky and covered the shadows in all directions. They condensed into huge, dark, colorful, or silver-black energy balls on the spot. Indescribable chaotic energy burst out from all directions and instantly covered the place where it could reach. The entire world was drowned in the energy tide. Violent energy screeches crazily rang across the cloud continent. Layers of energy impacts collided continuously in the entire space. The huge destructive energy washed the space back and forth countless times. Boom! Amidst the violent energy tide, dozens of huge ring-shaped sword lights suddenly swept out from the energy balls and smashed into the same place. All the energy contained in the attack was smashed into the same place. A violent sword hum came from the largest energy ball. A huge mottled ring-shaped sword light swept across. The black, smoke-like shadow was swept away by the huge force. In an instant, it was hit by dozens of sword lights with the greatest force. It was then slammed heavily into the ground and smashed into a huge crater. He had used primordial chaos 6 times in a short period of time, and the last 2 consecutive explosions were the explosive power that Yun Nuoshing had risked his life to break through his own limits. The energy tide had almost drowned him. At this moment, he was standing at the bottom of the crater, and half of the surging energy in his body had already lost his control. He had lost his precise control and could only pour out the maximum amount of energy in one go. He could no longer use more or less as he wished. "You're almost very weak now." Its voice slowly echoed from above. Yun Nuoshing's breathing became sluggish. She looked up and saw that it was standing at the edge of the crater. The white lacerations on its body were billowing with thick smoke. It only took a few breaths for it to completely recover to its original appearance. It looked at her, who was on the verge of madness. She calmly crossed her arms. "But you've done well. In the Order Void, you're the most wonderful and unique person I've ever seen." The countless magic circles and energy shadows that stood in the sky slowly disappeared because of the loss of control. Yun Nuoshing's hand that was holding the sword tightened. Her low voice was trembling with energy. "Are you mocking me?" No, I'm praising you." It chuckled softly. Just as he had seen from the beginning, it did not seem to have a particularly strong will to fight from the beginning to the end. It was just that he had triggered its will to fight in the middle of the battle. In the Order Void, other than them, there seems to be no one else who can hurt us. You only control their power. You can only count as half of them, so you're not considered as them. Yun Nuoshing breathed out hot air from her mouth. She raised the Netherworld Ruins sword and walked forward. She saw that and put down her arms. She also entered her battle mode. "Can you still continue?" "Of course." Yun Nuoshing met her gaze and raised her head fearlessly. The light in her eyes was like a burning torch. Under her calm appearance, there was an uncontrollable madness and ferocity. "I'm still alive. I'm still standing. I can still fight. Before I completely collapse, all I can do is to never stop moving forward until I reach the end of myself." She gently inhaled when she heard that. "You're really interesting." But boom! The sudden explosion of energy that shook heaven and earth stunned both Yun Nuoshing and herself. Both of them felt that there was something wrong with the explosion of energy. It was not the explosion of the origin energy that destroyed the cloud continent. It was another type of energy, a very strange energy that suddenly exploded. It did not belong to the cloud continent. It was not the origin energy, and it was not the chaos energy. That energy is Yun Nuoxing's eyes trembled slightly. In the concept layer of the rules, an energy blast that was enough to cleanse the world suddenly exploded. It caused the chaos spawns and the chaos energy that occupied the place to collapse in an instant. The few stars and the chaos characters were all turned into ashes. Only a few scattered chaos spawns were left. Seeing that the situation was in their favor, the Order warriors swarmed forward and surrounded the last few chaos spawns. They surrounded them tightly and began the final battle. No wonder Foam said it would take 2 hours. I've never heard of an energy cleansing in 2 hours. We looked at the sporadic battle that broke out in the distance. He wiped his forehead and smiled bitterly. It happened to be 2 hours. The concept layer of the rules. There were no more surprises. The following matters would be easy to handle. The chaos energy that occupied the place dissipated. They did not encounter any other obstructions and easily took over the place. Then, they began to build the Order Warriors' defenses. I wonder how the reality realm is doing? Ji Hanxiao could not help but ask. Let's see. I'm also worried about Feng. Hui muttered. He waved his hand and opened a crack in the concept layer of the rules that led to the reality realm. The scene in front of them suddenly changed. Origin, chaos. Boom. Ding ding dang dang. Clang. Everyone. The energy blast that drowned the entire world blinded everyone's eyes. Hui silently closed the crack. Well, he's still going crazy outside. Let's not join in the fun. It'll kill us. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ji Hanxiao smiled bitterly. It would be a lie to say that he was not worried about his situation. However, they could not be worried about that kind of situation. When he saw the situation in the reality realm just now, he felt that once he went through the crack to the reality realm, he might be drowned by the surging tide in the next second. He would not even be able to make a splash. He shook his head. Just as he was about to check on the construction of the Order realm, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye. He was stunned. What is that? Everyone was stunned for a moment. They all turned their heads and looked at where he was looking. In the depths of the concept layer of the rules, there was a black, cloud-like thing sticking to the wall. It was shining at the edge of the realm of order. If one looked closely, they could see that the cloud seemed to be still rolling. It's not chaos energy, but it gives me a bad feeling. What's that? The middle-aged man frowned and walked over. Wait a minute. Don't go over first. This energy is... Huey's expression changed slightly. A black, cloud-like fog that was shining with a weak red light. This energy could not be... Bang. The concept layer of the rules that had just stabilized suddenly shook violently. The cloud-like fog suddenly exploded, tearing open a huge crack that was thousands of miles long and wide. Purple and black whirlpools emerged from behind the crack, shocking everyone. Everyone who had just calmed down after the battle immediately went back into battle mode. The crack that seemed to connect to the void suddenly surged. A huge black hoof emerged from it. After a while, its figure completely emerged. It was a distorted thing that did not have a human shape and looked like a blob of ink. Its limbs looked like a chaos derivative, but it was not as strong as the latter. Its rules and order were also much lower. However, Hui and Jing Yuanji's expressions changed the moment they saw it. According to their understanding, once they saw one of these things, it meant that there were millions of them nearby. Roar. An earth-shattering roar rolled out from the crack, shaking the concept layer of rules, causing Hui and the others to almost spit out a mouthful of blood. In the next second, millions of twisted things crawled out from the crack along with the rolling black smoke, twisting into a force of black smoke and spreading out like a hurricane. @ and yen. Hui threw the guardian shield to the ground in exasperation. Why would these disgusting things appear in a place like this? They just had to choose this time. Jihan Xiao and the rest expressed their shock. However, it was not the kind of shock that came from seeing it for the first time. It was as if something that they knew existed suddenly appeared in front of them. Hui was stunned. Ah, you know them? Jihan Xiao nodded stiffly. The battle puppets of the people from beyond the heavens. They've been lurking in the destroyed lower continent and suddenly appeared. No one knows where they came from. Huey's expression froze. Huh, damn it, don't tell me that the so-called people from beyond the heavens are those damn things from the underworld. Chapter 1652. The resonance of destruction that reverberated across the entire cloud continent. The realm of order and the realm of chaos was particularly conspicuous and abnormal in the cloud continent that had been blasted by the origin energy. It attracted the attention of the two people at the same time. They looked at the place where the energy was erupting in the distance and saw a billowing thick smoke emerging out of thin air. In the thick black cloud, there was a crazy blood-red light flashing from time to time. It looked like a scarlet blood cloud with a black shell. The momentum was vast and extremely terrifying. After the black blood cloud emerged out of thin air, it began to devour the remaining pure energy in this world. However, the amount that it could absorb was actually very little. At this moment, the energy of the cloud continent was basically under the control of the origin energy and the chaos energy. The two energies that stood at the top of order controlled more than 90% of the energy. The black blood cloud did not have much energy left to devour. After all, it could not touch the two big guys. Roar! Roar! The roar that shook heaven and earth was like the sudden explosion of a mountain rock being pierced by violent energy. The black blood cloud rolled rapidly. Huge, strange, and indescribable objects emerged from the blood cloud like a black spring rain falling on the land. In just a short time, groups of distorted objects that seemed to be put together by the fragments of various races that existed in the void gathered on the land. At a glance, there were not many that had the exact same shape. You called for people. Your reinforcements. Yun Nuoshing and the Chaos Spectre spoke at the same time. Both of them were stunned. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and muttered, "Those things obviously belong to the side of chaos. I fought them to the death in the void. How could they have anything to do with us?" Yun Nuoshing shrugged. "Those things are obviously imitating the method that one of us used to create energy soldiers for battle. They are crudely made. Look at the terrible energy structure. They don't even have any divinity. They don't even have any laws. Oh my God. This thing, other than the fact that it looks a little similar, there are no other factors that match it. They are too fragile to be used as cannon fodder. You have fought with the chaos soldiers that I created. You should know that these things are completely different from the ones I made." "That's true." Yun Nuoshing was startled. She suddenly stared at it and said, "So this thing is made to imitate your soldiers of chaos?" He had thought that this thing was the energy split of the component in the underworld. So, in fact, only the energy belonged to the component, and they had made the god destruction mist look like this. By distorting the rules, concepts, and order, it had turned into this ghastly appearance. Ha! As I said, this must be the problem with the underworld's standards of beauty. Who knows which idiot made the abyssal death mist spawn in such an ugly thing? Its existence itself was a spiritual attack used to disgust the enemy. It shrugged again in silent agreement. Yun Nuoshing continued to be speechless. Come to think of it, the abyssal death mist spawn was indeed a weakened version of the soldiers of chaos that it had made. It was a half-finished product that had been pieced together by countless parts. He should be thankful that the underworld was not skilled enough. If they had made a chaos soldier, that was at least 50% of its original form. Just think of the number of Chaos soldiers that were eyeing them outside the Void Seal. If all of them were replaced with Chaos spawns, there would be no way to fight this battle. Forget about him ascending into the primeval god. Even if 1/3 of the warriors in the world of order were turned into primeval gods, they would not be able to fight. Yun Nuoshing's body was surging with two types of order energies that were on the verge of madness. Looking into the distance, the abyssal death mist spawn ignored the small creation's barrier that was about to collapse from exhaustion. It appeared directly from the void, and in a few moments, it had formed a sizable dark squad. That's right. Although there were millions of them, like a tidal wave, they were still just a small army. The term Dark Army was only applicable to the endless numbers at the edge of the Void Seal. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. How about a temporary truce? It shrugged. Up to you. I can't stand these fellows who have suddenly barged into my territory. It would be nice if you could clean up the trash while you're at it. Yun Nuoshing was speechless for a while. Nothing could be seen from its unmarked face, but for some reason, one could feel that it seemed to be shining brightly as if it was reminiscing, "What did you think of?" A bunch of sneaky fellows. Those fellows from the void of order. It put its hands behind its head and stretched like a human. Then it said in a lazy tone, "Those fellows who sneakily caused trouble in our battle with them. They would change their location after a fight. A bunch of cunning fellows. But in the end, they disappeared without a trace. No one knows when they disappeared, and we're too lazy to care about those ants. Not interested. Although I don't know how they survived that storm. Since we're not interested, we're too lazy to understand." Sneaky fellows. It seems that the underworld should have participated in that battle back then. Judging from its tone and what it said, it seemed to be the kind of person who would not help either side. Similar to a fence-sitter, they would join whichever faction was easier to get along with, for their own personal goals, for their long-cherished wishes, and so on. But no matter what, they were still life forms of order. Even Carwins had said that Carwins wasn't interested in them. So why could it be that Carwins was wrong? That's enough. Successor of Origin, it's not wise for you to dawdle here and fall into deep thought. The matters of the past will be dealt with by the people and things of the past. It's not up to the current you to interfere. It put down its hands and said calmly, "Since I'm interested in you, I'll warn you, you've only officially stepped into the battlefield of order. You haven't reached the extent where you've completely entered it. If you casually come into contact with some superfluous things, your soul will dim." Yun Nuoshing was stunned. "What do you mean?" "Understand it yourself. That's all I have to say. You're not a person of chaos." It said calmly and turned around. Suddenly, streaks of crystals appeared out of thin air and built a forest of crystals that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It came to the top and slowly sat down. It clearly had an attitude of watching from the sidelines and not intending to interfere. Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself for a moment. He silently remembered those words, but did not delve into it. At the moment, he was not qualified to touch the deeper things. That was probably what it meant. He turned around and floated towards the sky in front of him. The energy that had been dormant for some time began to surge. Huge magic circles appeared from the space. It sat quietly on the top of the forest of crystals and watched as he led 1,000,000 magic circles and carried the might of the Origin forward. After a moment, it raised its hand and looked at it a few times. Then it looked up at the sky and could not help but sigh. In the end, it's still too early. This method won't work. It's a waste of a bunch of chess pieces. I can only find another way. In the endless void and endless time, they were waiting. If they were still here, they were probably waiting as well. What were they waiting for? Perhaps neither of them knew. Phone. There's an emergency in the concept layer. The abyssal death mist spawn has appeared, right? He replied unhurriedly the moment Huey's voice exploded in his mind, leaving Hui stunned. How did you know? Could it be that there's something there too? Me, and it, a temporary truce. An uninvited guest had suddenly appeared and interrupted our battle. Yun Nuashing replied, and carried billions of firepower towards the abyssal death mist spawn. It said with a hint of relief. It had escaped death. Although I don't know why it appeared to have no will to fight at all, there are some things, perhaps some things that need to be reconsidered. Of course, the position of chaos and order in the grand scheme of things would never be shaken. There would only be exceptions in private situations. After all, this matter was not decided by us. That was right. This was not something they could change. They did not have the ability, the qualifications, and it was completely impossible for them to change such things. From the moment the world was created, chaos and order had already been mortal enemies. Both sides wanted to control the void, and the prolonged battle had split the void into such a peaceful state. The void of order was here, and the void of chaos was outside. The two rarely interfered. However, the peace this time was only temporary, and no one knew how long it would last. Then, as usual, I'll leave the concept layer of rules to you all. Here, in the realm of reality, leave it to me. Then be careful. Remember to watch your back. I keep having the feeling that that dark thing is not so kind. Yun Nuashing breathed a long sigh of relief. In truth, he felt that his back was rather safe. He was now 80% sure that its so-called interest was towards him and his existence, which meant that it would not touch him now. Well, even if that was the case, he still had to be careful. After all, this was someone else's domain, and not the realm of gods. If things went awry, he would have no other means of emergency rescue. Well then, let this land burn. He gently raised his right hand and slowly waved it down. The sky suddenly became bright as two massive clusters of concentrated energy manifested behind him. With them as the center, groups of magic circles flashed out of the void and locked onto the tide of darkness millions of miles away. The two energies burst out from behind him and landed on the ground. They split into four small but very large energy torrents and surged towards the sides of the tide of darkness, circling behind them and cutting the entire area in front of them. Now, there was only him and them in this area. The abyssal death, mist spawn, appeared abruptly from the center of the cloud continent, where 2 or 3 large lands intersected. To prevent them from running around like they were on a stroll, he had first limited the area of the battle. After the area was sealed by energy, the abyssal death mist spawn seemed to have sensed the frenzied hostility of their old enemy. The tide of darkness that was about to surge in all directions like a tide now all turned their gazes towards him and roared loudly as they charged towards him on all fours. The abyssal death mist spawn that was like a tidal wave surged forward without any order or discipline. It seemed that they did not bring along any individuals who were specially trained to command them. Even the movement of the army was extremely chaotic. The bigger ones were running fast, while the smaller ones followed closely behind. However, the distance between them was getting wider and wider. They were a group of drunkards who wandered aimlessly on the side of the road in the middle of the night. They had no sense of reason, their minds were muddled, and there was only a frenzied desire to destroy. Well, it was still a familiar scent. The chaos spawn and whatnot were not on the same level as the abyssal death mist spawn. Once again, he felt fortunate that he did not have to deal with the latter. Speaking of which, there are still people alive on this land. Turning around to look at the surroundings, Yun Nuoshing's gaze swept across the area within thousands of miles, sweeping to the place outside of the divided space. The living beings that survived in the Cloud Continent were actually not killed by the canon art of the origin energy. It was very miraculous. The chaotic energy that was spreading aimlessly was all purified by the origin energy, other than the people who were still alive being much weaker. Not many of them died directly from the spread of the chaotic energy. What a puzzling fellow from the chaos side. Roar! The sound of thousands of troops galloping on the land was getting closer and closer. The air and space vibrated and resonated because of it. The familiar energy scent that came rushing towards him made Yun Nuoshing sniff gently. The silver black in his eyes gradually faded. This energy is no longer needed. At the very least, this energy was no longer needed now. The arrays that were arranged in a formation spread out along with the azure wings and the two small sun-like energy clusters, densely covering the space behind him. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand lightly, and many arrays of different sizes that were thousands of feet long appeared in the sky before him. After a moment of energy gathering, the tens of thousands of arrays suddenly burst out with a dazzling energy impact. The huge energy impact and the shocking energy phenomenon smashed onto the land in front of him in batches. Countless huge energy explosions splashed on the ground. In just one clash, millions of abyssal death mist derivatives were turned into ashes. The ones that were charging the fastest were all drowned by the energy explosion. Not even a speck of dust could be seen. Array switch. The countless arrays in front and behind him turned in a circle with him as the axis. Half of the huge arrays at the back turned in a circle to the front. The arrays that were originally at the front moved to the back to support the arrays. After a moment of delay, several energy light pillars that were thousands of miles thick fell diagonally onto the ground. It was like a huge energy sword cutting forward. It was almost as if the energy that was not very technical was used to press the dark tide into the void. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and looked at the place where the thick smoke was coming from. There was a crack in the thick smoke. It was a crack that led to an unknown place. The abyssal death mist derivatives were continuously emerging from within. Even if a group of derivatives were destroyed in one clash, they continued to emerge without fear. Clang! A dull sound came from the energy barrier that sealed off the area. It was as if a city wall was slowly moving on the ground, shrinking the area that was sealed off. The energy that surged in this area was gradually imprinted with the origin energy. Hui, there is no pressure here. How are things on your side? Pressure? Not really. I just don't understand. I suddenly saw that they were a little irritable. We did not know whether to laugh or cry. I heard Han Xiao say that that group of people from the underworld might exist in the lower continents of the Cloud Continent, but they are not too sure about the specific situation. Do you think they will come here? Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows and frowned slightly. The black nest was located in the void of order, but it was bound and sealed by the God of Origin's various methods. Although these things eventually became the Chaos Demon Shadow's bed. Let's not talk about that first. The origin energy clearly had not completely disappeared, so he was not worried about what the Chaos Demon Shadow wanted to do. What he did not understand was, how did those fence-sitters from the underworld find their way here? What were they doing here? He could not figure it out. They are probably here for the things they left here. It had appeared beside him, out of nowhere, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, giving him a fright. You know, I should say that I saw it. Before you came here, they had already run in, but I sensed that something was wrong. Since they didn't come to the center, I didn't pay attention to them. They had been looking for something somewhere else all this time. It casually stretched out its hand and tapped lightly on the space in front of it, and the land in front of it split into two halves. No, the entire space was split into two halves. Wherever the chaos energy swept through, the abyssal death mist spawns were all turned into particles and dust before dissipating. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to ashes. The billowing smoke that shrouded the fissure also dissipated. The huge fissure was suddenly exposed to the sight of the two people. This fellow really liked to use simple and crude commands to attack. It tilted its head and looked at him. But their things were all collected by you, in the end. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. There was nothing he could do about it. Someone had poked him in the back and asked him to collect them. He could not afford to offend those guys. Other than obediently collecting those things, what else could he do? Although he collected the primordial relics to deal with this guy in front of him, it was obvious that he had overestimated himself when he said that he had a 30% chance of winning. If they really fought, he probably did not even have a 10% chance of winning. Where are they? They are not here anymore. Just as he was about to chase after those guys from the underworld to settle the score, its faint words stunned Yun Nuoshing. His eyes widened. They ran away just like that. It glanced at him. I already said that they are a bunch of slippery fellows. They would change places after a fight. Do you still want to chase after them and beat them up? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He really did think so. He was planning to take advantage of the fact that he was still in the mood to risk his life to properly squander his strength and settle accounts with them or something. His plan fell through in an instant. So, it's over just like that. Yun Nuoshing stood side by side with it in the air. His expression was as calm as water as he looked at the ruins in front of him. The rift did not continue to spew out the abyssal death mist spawn. As the last spawn disappeared, that familiar presence gradually faded away like a receding tide. The rift also gradually shrank. He could not help but let out a long sigh. He had mustered all his strength and thought that there would be a tough fight. He did not expect that they had only come to mess around and cause a small interlude. They appeared quickly and left just as quickly. It made him feel like he had punched cotton. The energy that he had accumulated for half a day was wasted. They probably felt the large-scale riot of the primordial power and my power, so they decided to come here and test it out a little. It crossed its arms and stared at the rift in front of it. Those sneaky fellows. Even the slightest movement would attract their attention. However, they did not put themselves in danger and sent cannon fodder to scout the way. Since they are basically all dead, it's time for them to slip away. If they were still here, I would have thrown you over to deal with them. Yun Nuoshing was speechless. He still could not remove the label of extreme danger from this fellow. Apart from that, there was also the label of extreme strangeness. He still had to be more vigilant, lest it suddenly threw him into some corner of the void to do some weird things. So, how did they get here? Yun Nuoshing continued, speechless. How would I know? It replied with a very casual tone. I may be monitoring this world, but I don't have the time to care about those small fries. I only went to check on their movements because I was too bored. Would an elephant care about the body language of ants? Yun Nuoshing was speechless. It was reasonable, but he still felt that this fellow was asking for a beating. If not for the fact that he could not beat it, he would have rolled up his sleeves and fought it. Chapter 1653. The tide of darkness came and went faster than expected. While Yun Nuoshing was competing with himself to save up his energy, those fellows hiding in the dark had already slipped away. It made him feel like he, who was fully prepared for a big fight, was just performing in the air. Speaking of which, the abyssal death mist spawn could not be considered as the tide of darkness. At most, it was just a small splash in the tide. However, They did run quite fast. This world was still in the process of being blasted by the Origin energy cannon. From this point alone, one could see just how slippery these unlucky people in the underworld were. This was a world sealed by the Origin heavenly god, and even the Chaos Demon Shadow had to say that the two of us can tear the seal apart. Yet, these unlucky people were still able to run so fast. It made one wonder if all their talent points were spent on running away. Probably at that time, I got something from them. It said casually as it glanced at the countless scenes of destruction behind it. I'm curious. You can't get out too? I've tried just now. God knows what's going on. Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to hide anything. Is that so? It tilted its head and looked down at the land below. Is that so? It muttered to itself. So, I don't plan to think about it anymore. If you and I work together, we can still break the seal here. It spread its hands and chuckled a few times. It kept looking at Yun Nuo planet. Glancing at the fellow, Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Don't even think about it. Interesting fellow. You're completely different from those loaches. It seemed to be just a casual mention. As soon as it finished its words, it looked at the other side of the sky and suddenly fell silent with its hands behind its back. Not knowing what the fellow suddenly thought of, Yun Nuoshing thought of something else. Those fellows in the underworld could come and go as they pleased. Could the void seal really keep them out? He was very curious, but there was no way to verify it. Perhaps there was no need to verify anything. The black nest was within the void seal. If they could appear here, they could naturally go to other places within the void seal in the same way. Probably so. Then, as it said, if those fellows were really here for the primordial relic, could it be that they were also looking for everything related to the primordial relic in the void? That doesn't sound fun at all. No. So, how many things were those fellows busy in the void? They were looking for the core of the primordial realm, looking for the primordial relic, and destroying the void of order. There were too many threads. They were really relying on the power of the abyssal death mist to do whatever they wanted in the void of order. Speaking of which, could they even touch the primordial relic? Were they not afraid of being burned to ashes by the things they left behind? God knows, maybe the heavenly god of Yuanshire could also do whatever he wanted. Anyway, he could not. He could only be an honest little guy at the peak of the primordial relic. He could not wait to choke those fellows to death with one slap while lamenting about when he could step into the realm of Yuanshire. Phone, what's going on over there? Why do I see you standing together with that, black thing? Huey's surprised voice rang in his mind. Guessing that the battle on their side should have ended, Yun Nuoshing could not help but sigh. Truce. What can I do if I can't win? They don't want to fight with me. Hui. You haven't been summoned to surrender, have you? Yun Nuoshing covered his face speechlessly. This guy's imagination was really good. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would be summoned to surrender by some unknown chaos concept life form thing? Hui pondered deeply for a moment, then nodded very seriously, which made Yun Nuoshing even more speechless. The former saw his face turn black and hurriedly said, "That isn't it because the order is too unrestrained for you. So, hey, all right, I know I'm talking nonsense, so what do we do now?" What do we do? Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at the roar of the primordial relic, the destructive energy that was about to press the entire cloud continent into the void, was spreading all over the world. This was a very good question. How would he know what to do? He was very confused now. I don't know. Just sit and wait for death. We can't get out anyway, Yun Nuoshing said calmly. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and think of a way. If we are buried here now, how are we going to face everyone outside? Don't disturb me. I'm thinking. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. How could they really sit here and wait for death? The void outside was still bustling. They also had things to deal with, and that damned war to fight. However, to be honest, they really couldn't think of any solution at the moment. Although he had more than 100 fully activated primordial laws, and primordial relic, the world core. However, only God knew why this world was ignoring him right now. The laws ignored him, and the order ignored him as well. Moreover, it was definitely not because of the influence of the primordial relic. It was as if this world had executed the destruction order on its own and then very stubbornly stopped it. It would not stop until it killed them as well. If you're really that anxious, why don't you just get out? Outside is the world of order that you miss so much, right? It saw the anxiety of a certain fellow who was sweating profusely and said calmly, "You won't look cool if you force yourself." Yun Nuoshing wiped his sweat and soaked his face and palms evenly. He looked at it speechlessly and said, "The result is actually the same whether I get out or not. At most, the way I die is a little different. But I don't know what will happen to the world of order if I let you out. What? I dare to die, but you don't dare to accompany me?" Hearing that, it laughed softly. After meeting for so long, Yun Nuoshing could still hear a hint of helplessness in its voice. "You are really as stubborn as them. No wonder they came to you. I guess. Forget it. It's useless to study this now. If you want to get out, but don't want to let me out, there's still a way. For example, you can kill me." Yun Nuoshing raised his hands and cupped them. "I'm sorry. I can't beat you. Goodbye." It was slightly stunned. The light on its surface was surging, alternating between gray and dark. It shook its head as if it did not know whether to laugh or cry. After a while, it calmed down and continued to speak calmly. "Then you can just trust them. We are each other's sworn enemies. But if it's not necessary, they won't just throw you guys here to be sacrificed. After all, they are the pinnacle of order. Among them, there are a lot of good people with rotten personalities. Moreover, you, a little inheritor, are also here. They won't do such a meaningless thing." Yun Nuoshing looked at it in shock and bewilderment. He carefully took 2 steps back and made a defensive action. "Wait, why are you telling me these things? Are you planning to sneak out while we're thinking of a way out?" It was silent for a few seconds. Then it suddenly laughed. "Aha, you found out." Yun Nuoshing's expression instantly tensed up. He looked like he was about to start a fight. Just as he was about to gather his chi, he suddenly said, "I'm just kidding. I can't get out. This is the death order of this world." Yun Nuoshing was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He could not help but widen his eyes and stare at the black shadow that was still joking like an old urchin. It ignored him and was immersed in its own thoughts. It muttered to itself, "It's not time yet, so there's no way to get out. It's not time yet, so there's no way to get out. There's no way to leave the void of chaos. There's no way to get in touch with the void of order. There's nothing we can do. So, you can just rest assured." Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered. He stared at it suspiciously. "I'll just accept part of the reason. But why are you telling me this? If you don't tell me, we won't even have a 1% chance of finding it. We'll die here together. We're enemies. Well, from the standpoint of order, we're enemies. But from my standpoint," it paused for a moment. Its eyes swept across Yun Nuoshing's body. It gave him goosebumps. He quickly took 2 steps back. "You're just a little inheritor who's a little fun. You're not an enemy. You're the only life that I'm interested in our countless years of history. It's only natural that we want to keep something interesting for a while longer." Yun Nuoshing's goosebumps increased with every sentence it said. I don't want this kind of honor. In fact, that's the case. It shrugged and ignored the shock on his face. It calmly approached him and said in a low voice with a faint smile, "That's right, little inheritor. While we're still interested in you, you should try your best to survive." Hee hee. After saying that, its body suddenly disappeared like a dark cloud. Yun Nuashing was still trembling. Seeing that it had disappeared, his expression kept changing. He had a headache. This was really, he didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. No, no, no. It was like being favored by the god of origin. This was not a blessing, but a curse. This was a living divine calamity. The death omen star hung above his head, shining brightly. There was only one star at first, but now there were two. He felt that he was not far from death. Oh, that's not right. He was originally in a state where he was not far from death. Now, well, at most, he was on the verge of death. He repeatedly jumped on the path of reincarnation and even danced a coquettish dance. Sigh. He let out a long sigh and turned around. A roaring wave of the origin energy slapped his face, messing up his robe and long hair. His emotions were also messed up like a withered tree in winter. Because this world had fallen into the destructive order of the origin energy, the entire world was now rippling with the aura of destruction. However, after the chaos energy was cleaned up, the turbulence was slightly reduced. However, it was only a smile. There was an even bigger chaos energy in the Buyun Academy. Yun Nuashing guessed that the origin energy had gone to deal with the guests there. As for the reality world, it would be fine to just throw 2 explosions. After all, there was not much chaos energy. However, this did not mean that it was safe. Just like how the chaos energy was brewing, the origin energy was probably brewing as well. It was surging in a place that they could not see and was frantically preparing to create a big news. As the chaos devil shadow retreated, Hui and the rest felt that it was about time. So they slipped out of the concept layer. The group of people carried many doubts and pounced on Yun Nuashing. They kept expressing their confusion from watching in the concept layer. Then, they received a piece of news from Yun Nuashing that made them lose control of their facial expressions. The main point is the cloud continent going to be destroyed? The calm Ji Hanxiao's eyes were distorted, and his face was full of vicissitudes. After hearing this sensational news, he looked even more tired. He did not know whether to laugh or cry, and could not help but sigh. Disasters broke out, one after another. Compared to what was about to happen, the chaos energy did not seem too serious. What made them even more confused was that the power to destroy this world was led by the origin energy. But why? Like you said, wasn't this world created by the ancient origin spirit? Why is it going to be destroyed now? He could not help but ask. His expression was barely controlled, but the others were slightly out of control. After knowing that the world they had lived in for countless years was suddenly going to be destroyed, even the origin heavenly god could not calm down immediately. Just because there's a little more here, it's not just a little more. Yun Nuashing glanced at Ji Hanxiao and said helplessly, "It's on the same level as the ancient origin spirit that you mentioned. It's on the same level as them. That kind of thing. You didn't face it directly just now. If you throw it out of the cage, who knows what will happen to the entire void? After all, in this era, this void, the origin heavenly god, and the rest are no longer around. Nobody can control a chaos devil shadow that moves freely. In fact, we're still alive. Now, only because yes, it's in a good mood." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. It's in a good mood. However, he could not say that it was interested in him in front of everyone. That would make everyone uneasy, including Hui and the rest. Sacrificing a small part for the so-called big picture. Unfortunately, this small part has fallen on this world. This decision is wrong for this world, but we can only accept it. There's nothing we can do about it. Yun Nuoshing sighed and glanced at the slightly restless crowd. He continued calmly, "The only fortunate thing is that there are still living beings in this world. Try your best to bring all of them along and move them with us. However, this world will still be abandoned in the end. The executors will be personally executed by them. We can't do anything to save anything. This matter has already exceeded the scope of our interference. You can protest. If you're uneasy, you can vent your strength. However, this can't change anything. This is a fact that's written in black and white." Yun Nuoshing patted Ji Hanxiao's shoulder and looked at the others. "This is a fact that was written in the judgment by an absolute existence. No life in this world has the power to change this judgment. Their actions won't be delayed for any reason. In the end, the entire world will be thrown into the void and destroyed. All you can decide is to stay here and wait for death, or leave with your own life and the lives of others. Fortunately, you know of our existence in advance and know about the outside world. Even if this place is gone, there's another place for you to set up your nest. With your strength, it's not particularly difficult to recreate a world that's completely similar to the Union continent. Even if it's just a replica, if there's a group of people who need it, they'll probably need a replica like this to stabilize the turbulence in their hearts." Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh and continued speaking calmly. Her tone did not even tremble when she spoke about this heavy topic. "Hurry up and move. Time. There's not much time. We don't know how many days we have. It's up to you to decide how many lives you want to bring. Bring as many as you want. If you don't want to, then don't. After all, other than the Union continent, there's also the lower continent that you mentioned, although I'm not sure how many lives there are there. We can only do our best." Ji Hanxiao muttered to himself for a moment. He raised his head and looked firmly into Yun Nuoshing's eyes. "As you said, this is our world. As people who have nothing to do with this world, you can disregard the past and come here to help this world. We shouldn't run away from this world." Well, it was as he expected. The middle-aged man whose mind was filled with the idea of saving the world also had the same reaction. Looking at his eyes, one could tell that his mind was working very quickly. He had already begun to think of a way to save the entire Union continent and the lower continent. Yun Nuoshing and the rest did not say anything. At this time, they needed people like the middle-aged man. Having that kind of dream was not considered bad, right? After Ji Hanxiao and the rest left with everyone, the people from the God world naturally stayed behind. Hui went to Yun Nuoshing's side and whispered, "Feng, didn't you just say that you couldn't find a way to get out? Have you found one now?" At the mention of this, Yun Nuoshing's face was covered in sweat. "No," Hui gasped. "Then why did you—" "A certain lunatic reminded me that the heavenly God of origin wouldn't give up on the life of order so quickly. Moreover, it wouldn't have done so when I was still here. So, there should be a way for us to leave this place safely. As for whether the method is activated or not, I really don't know at all." Yun Nuoshing calmly wiped her sweat and looked at Hui. "It's fine to let them sort out the people first. If there's really no way at all, then we'll just take it that our efforts were in vain. Anyway, we're going to die in the next second. What's there to be calculative about? If it really works, then we'll have saved a bunch of people. Isn't that right?" That's right." Huey's mouth trembled, and he could not help but smile bitterly. He just felt a little uncertain. Evacuating the lives of an entire world, such a big thing, actually had to be decided by feelings. Just thinking about it made him scared. "Next," Yun Nuoshing raised her head and sighed. "Next, we can only resign ourselves to fate." "Well, but before that," Yun Nuashing stretched his back and yawned. A second later, the azure wings behind his back disappeared with a Wallace sound. The vast and mighty energy that overflowed from his body was instantly extinguished. In that instant, his entire body became so transparent that if he was thrown into the water, he would probably disappear without a trace. Hui and Jing Yuanji saw this and hurriedly caught something that was about to melt into the air. Oh, it had already melted. When Jing Yuanji reached out her hand, she only caught a pure, white ball of light that was only the size of a head. It was warm and emitted a gentle light. Yun Nuashing. Well, it had melted again. This guy, he's playing with his life too much. Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. This time, it was not as simple as the previous time when he became weak from tormenting the origin energy. He still had some injuries on his body after the big battle with the Chaos Demon Shadow. On the surface, it might not be visible, but deep down, he was more or less affected a little. He had to rest for a while. At this moment, after the 2 consecutive battles ended, the chaos energy that permeated the cloud continent completely disappeared except for 1 or 2 places that could not be affected. The sun shone from the sky again. The chaos dissipated, and everything recovered. Except for the last 4 words, everything above was true. However, while some things had ended, some things were not. For example, the people who had been in a state of refuge from the war from the beginning still had to continue their refuge. Furthermore, their form of refuge had changed from staying at home and not going out to, packing their things and preparing to move. This wave was abandoning the house and fleeing. Furthermore, the people of the entire cloud continent were fleeing together. Oh, right, there was also the lower continent. They were not particularly sure how many Yun Nuashing people were there, but it should be quite a lot. After all, Jihan Shao and the others were so busy these few days that they could not see them at all. The news of the disaster that had stopped long ago being replaced by another bigger disaster was jointly spread by Jihan Shao and the others from the beginning. The joint announcement of all the rulers of the cloud continent was very useful, although it mentioned a series of things such as fleeing and taking refuge. And although it was said very clearly, it still brought about a lot of fear. Hui and the others could feel a strong wave of thoughts when they were holed up in the ice region. Half of them were panicked, and the other half were helpless. However, with the actions of Jihan Shao and the others, this wave of thoughts weakened day by day. From this point of view, their actions were quite fast. As for why they were holed up in the ice region and not doing anything other than the sleeping observers, the others were still resting at this moment. During the war with the chaos, they were at the forefront as the main force of the main force. In fact, when they came down from the battlefield, none of them had the energy to do more superfluous things. When they relaxed, all of them were weak. However, one of the observers was more serious. He simply turned into a ball of light. If they could meet guests in the ice region, now they might see a person whose body reflected the scenery and scenery floating in front of them. They could see the scenery behind the person's figure. They could see through the person at any time, anywhere, and in broad daylight, as if they were haunted. As for the current situation of the cloud continent, it could be said that the largest scale of escape since its birth was currently being staged.